Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagod here. Now, before I start the discussion, any issue with the sound, please give me a thumbs up if there is no issue. Done. Thanks a lot. So, like I had told you yesterday, how many of you have seen the news about announcement of inflation? Yesterday evening, by the way, inflation rate for February was announced. I don't know how many of you have seen it. If you have not seen it, today is whichever newspaper you're reading. Sir, I'm reading Hindu newspaper, I'm reading Indian Express, I'm reading A, B, C, doesn't matter. It is there in the newspaper. Please have a look at it. But within that, should you by heart any data? Please do not by heart any data. For example, a lot of the information, I know, and a lot of the newspapers are carrying. For example, Hindu says, the pulse inflation rate is this much. Vegetable inflation rate is this much. Right, this inflation rate is this much. Please do not by heart it. UPSC is not going to ask you that. Data, in the first class I've told you, again I'm going to tell you today. UPSC is not very interested in data. It's not very much interested in data, and especially these kind of data. Why? What is the data for February? It will change. It will automatically change for the month of March. Right? For example, we are in the month of March. Next month, after I finish economy, right, immediately after 2 days after that, you will come across what is the data for the month of March. And there will be a slight change. There will be a slight change. Right? So do not by heart data, but just check whether what we are discussing, whether they are covering that in the newspaper or not. For example, are they talking about headline inflation, core inflation, CPI, rural inflation, right, urban inflation, combined inflation, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so basically that data was there in the newspaper today, right? Today morning Hindu newspaper has it. In business page they have it. Inflation rate for the month of February is 6.44%. For the month of January it was 6.52%. Now it has come down slightly, not very great change, but very small change from 6.5% to 6.44%. But again, having said so, what you should take from that news? Is it more than 6% as mandated to Reserve Bank of India? RBI is supposed to maintain inflation at 6%. Is it more than that? Of course, yes. Right? It's more than that for second consecutive month. So what can RBI do in the coming months? That is in the month of April, what is RBI expected to do? RBI is expected to further increase interest rates now. That is the impact of it. That is what you need to understand. Beyond that, do not by heart any data. Okay, so what we were discussing yesterday, we started with the concept of inflation. Right, in inflation, we have discussed what is inflation. What is inflation? Inflation is simply nothing but persistent rise in the price level of commodities. Persistent rise in the price level of commodities. Whenever you talk about inflation, we are looking at certain commodities, certain list of the commodities, and we are looking at these commodities price levels. The price levels are increasing, and that is called as inflation. And there are different ways to measure inflation. For example, there is a term called as a moderate rate of inflation, hyperinflation, etc. Now, in case of India, what do we generally see? We generally see moderate rate of inflation. And moderate rate of inflation. Best example, the rate of inflation for the last 1 year. I'll just show you a data. Please have a look at it. Please have a look at it. Again, do not have a panic attack. Do not have a heart attack. You don't have to by heart the data. You do not have to by heart the data. What you'll basically observe is the CPI, that is the retail inflation, it has been above 6%, but it has been a single digit. It's always been a single digit in the last 1 year. So we are experiencing a moderate rate of inflation. Okay. Then we have discussed what is a cost push inflation and what is a demand pull inflation. Okay. Cost push inflation, demand pull inflation. Cost push simply means what? Supply side factors will contribute to inflation. That is cost push. And demand pull means that the overall demand in the market, that is aggregate demand in the market, is changing, hence called as a demand pull inflation. After that, WPI and CPI, wholesale price index, and consumer price index, that is a retail inflation. So what is the component in WPI? 697 articles are there. Chief Economic Advisor will publish it for every month. Chief Economic Advisor of Minister of Commerce. Then we have seen the 697 commodities are divided into 3 groups, etc., etc. After that, CPI. Right, CPI right now, the most important one for you is a CPI combined, CPI rural, CPI urban. The base year for the calculation of all these CPIs, that is CPI combined, rural, urban, etc., it is 2012. And I have not discussed base year. Today we will discuss base year. Please don't worry. Okay. Now, apart from this, we also discussed the diversion, why CPI is different, why WPI is different, etc., etc. We are discussing certain concepts related to CPI, inflation yesterday. For example, what is a deflation? What is a disinflation? What is this concept of an inflation tax? What is this idea of a stagflation? All of these we have discussed. Let's pick it up from there. Let's continue from there. And we have also covered Phillips curve yesterday, right? Because now I'll simply skip the slide. Don't say, sorry, you have skipped the Phillips curve. Yesterday, somewhere around last 10 minutes, we have discussed the idea of a Phillips curve as well as stagflation. Now, let me continue. What is the idea of a base effect? What is base effect? Please understand this carefully. Don't be confused. Understand this carefully. Now, please read today's newspaper and it should be very clear to you. If I say February 2023, okay, if I want to calculate what is the change in the price levels for the month of February 2023, I will compare these price levels in February 2022. Any difficulty? Let me know. Right? If I say February 2023, that is what you will read in the newspaper. The February 2023 is compared against what is the price level in February 2022. Now have a look at this. What if in February 2022 the price levels were very high? I repeat, what in February 2022 the price levels were very, very high? A simple question to you. If the price levels in February 2022 is very high, will it not have an effect on what is the inflation rate for February 2023? I'll repeat it again. It's a very basic idea, very basic idea. Once you understand, it's done. What I'm doing is I'm calculating inflation for February 23. But how do I calculate it? I'm comparing the price level for the basket of commodities. Let's say this is a basket of commodities. What is the price level in 2022? That is February. And what is the price level in February 23? Let's say for this basket, the price was 120 rupees in February 22. And for the same basket, now the price is 132 rupees. So I'll make a comparison and say the price levels have increased by 10%. Inflation rate is 10%. But have a look at this, right? Have a look at this. What if because of higher pulse prices, higher fuel prices, etc., rather than 120, this number was, let's say, 130 rupees. Rather than 120, imagine it is 130 rupees. A simple question to you. If it is 130 rupees, will it not have an impact on what is the inflation rate for February 23 or not? I'm talking about inflation rate. I'm not talking about price levels. I'm never worried about price levels. I'm talking about inflation rate. Two of you are saying no. Please look at it carefully. Please look at it carefully. You are not even understanding the CSAT concept. If the prices are very high in February 22, will it not have an impact on inflation rate for the month of February 23? Of course, yes, it will have. Right? Of course, yes, it will have. Why? Because the price levels in February 22 are higher. It will have an impact because the prices are compared. Because the prices are compared. I'm comparing what is the price level in February 23 with what is the price level in February 22. Now, this is the impact. Understand this. That is the impact of the base is referred to as base effect. Is it okay? The impact of it is referred to as base effect, because I'm comparing the same time period. What if in the reference period, reference, what is the reference for us? February 2022. What if in the reference period prices are very, very high or very, very low? I hope you understand. What if the prices in the reference period are very high or very low? Automatically it will have an impact on what is the inflation rate in the present period. This effect is called as a base effect, right? Because we are comparing. Can we talk about the same thing with regards to GDP? Just understand this. Can we apply the same concept with GDP? Sir, how can we connect it with GDP? Let me give a very simple example. Imagine this year, right? Let's say, again, this is almost end of the year. Let's say next year, there is one more wave of the pandemic. Again, hypothetical example, right? Next year, there is one more wave of the pandemic, right? That is in the financial year 24, there is one more wave of the pandemic. A simple question to you people. As a result of the pandemic, you tell me what will happen to GDP. Will GDP expand? How many of you think in pandemic the GDP will automatically expand like this? Absolutely no. GDP will rather contract. So rather than, let's say hypothetical, I'll take a simple example. Rather than $3.5 trillion, what if GDP contracts to $2.5 trillion? I hope you understand. Rather than expanding, what if GDP contracts to $2.5 trillion? And let's say 1 year the pandemic is over. In the next year, that is financial year 25, normal year again. No pandemic, nothing. Production will be normal. Supply will be normal. Right? That is as it was earlier. Now let's say if GDP reaches $3 trillion. In financial year 25, GDP reaches $3 trillion. That's a normal one. I hope you understand. That's a normal one. But because I'm comparing it to previous year, like this, don't you see that there is a 20% growth rate here? Let me know. Right? Because I'm comparing it to previous year, you will realize that there is a 20% growth rate. But what is the reason? Why are we experiencing 20% growth rate here? We are experiencing 20% growth rate here because of, right, the base. Because the base is not normal. I hope you understand. Compared to a reference point, we are making a comparison. But what if in the reference point, that is, let's say last year February, last year March, or last year there was a pandemic, there was a shortage of supply, there was excess supply. So for all of these, generally it will have an impact on the inflation for current year, inflation rate for the current year, or let's say GDP growth rate for the current year. Because we are comparing, if the base is not proper, if there was certain impact in the base, if the base was abnormal, I'll simply use a term. If the base was abnormal, not a normal one, it was abnormal one, there will be an impact of it that is called as base effect. Right? Now, please have a look at the graph here. Should you by heart the graph? Absolutely no. I've just given you how the CPI rates, that is retail inflation rates, have moved in the last 1 year. Now there are two components here. One is CPI, second one is CFPI. One is CPI, Consumer Price Index, and the second one is CFPI. What is CFPI? Food Price Index. Simple. C is same, P and I are same. Only one more is there, that is F. What is this F? Food. Right? That is retail inflation only for food commodities is calculated. That is basically called as food inflation. Is it okay? Right? Retail inflation, CPI is retail inflation. But in retail inflation, we will calculate only for food articles. We are calculating inflation for only food articles. That is called as Consumer Food Price Index, CFPI, Consumer Food Price Index. It is nothing but food inflation. Do we calculate food inflation only in the retail market? Of course no. Of course no. We calculate food inflation in the wholesale market as well as retail market. And why do we keep a track of this? Simple. So that we want to find out how much is the price level changes in the food market. Is it okay? Why? Why do we need to track? Because it will affect me. It will affect you. It will affect businesses, etc., etc., etc. So that is the precise reason we track the prices of food articles. We track prices of fuel articles as well. There is a term called as fuel inflation. Fuel inflation. Fuel inflation means what? We are having certain fuel articles. We are going to track only the fuel articles. Done? So this is basically an information. Please do not by heart it. Please do not by heart this particular data. It doesn't have any importance for UPSC. Just for sake of information, I've told you how the inflation rate has been moving in the last 1 year. In the last 1 year, how the inflation rates have been moving. You do not have to by heart any data. But what is the observation? Just make an observation here. Is it okay if I say for majority time period? That is, please observe the graph now. From January to October, inflation rate has remained above 6%. I'll repeat the statement here. Right, from January to October, right, the inflation rate has remained above 6%. That is what you'll observe. The blue color line, please observe it. The blue color line, it has remained above 6% till October for 10 months. Then for 2 months, it has taken a hit. Again, it has increased. I told you for January 2023, it was 6.5%. And for February now, it is 6.44%. Okay. So this is the discussion regarding the concept of a CPI, WPI, how they are tracked, what is food inflation, etc., etc. Now, let me go to the next one. Skewflation. What is this idea of a skewflation? Skewflation is a combination of skewed inflation. Skewflation is a combination of two terms. Skewed inflation. What do you mean by skewed inflation? Skewed simply means uneven. All of you heard of the term skewed? Right? Skewed means uneven rate of inflation. What is the meaning of it? Let's take a simple example. Imagine there are 100 commodities. Imagine there are 100 commodities. You are not observing inflation in all the 100 commodities. You are basically observing inflation in some of the commodities. Is it okay? In some of the commodities, in some of the goods, there is inflation rate. Prices are higher. And in other commodities, either the prices have not changed or rather the prices have declined. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Right? I'll repeat it again. In some of the commodities, the prices have increased. But in other commodities, either the prices have not increased or rather than increasing, they have decreased. Right? Because the inflation rate or inflation higher price level is not uniform. It is uneven. Right? For some, it is higher. For some, it is not changing. For some, it has lowered. Because the inflation is uneven like this, it is called as skewflation, that is a skewed inflation. Okay? And generally in the context of India, we use the term skewflation. You may not find the term skewflation anywhere. Why? The term skewflation was actually used in economic survey. I hope you understand my point here. You may not find the term skewflation in the books. Why? Simple. It's not one of the concepts of inflation. It was used in the context of India. In context of India, economic survey said that in some of the commodities we are observing inflation and in others we are not observing. So we said this phenomenon to be skewed inflation, skewflation. Next one is a reflation. What is this concept of reflation? Simple. Reflation, again, please don't be confused. When I say simple, I hope you understand it is just to ease your mind. Some of you already have the mindset that economics is difficult. So reflation is a policy. Reflation refers to policy of the government. What is this policy of the government? Whenever the government will implement policies to promote a recovery in the economy. I'll repeat the statement. Whenever the governments will implement policies to promote a recovery in the economy, such policies are referred to as reflation. Why should government implement policies? Simple, because there is a recession. There is a slowdown. Because there is a recession or slowdown, government should promote recovery in the market. Right? Don't you think? Again, connected to the counter-cyclical fiscal policy. Connected to counter-cyclical fiscal policy. When there is a, let's say, recession in the economy, when there is a slowdown in the economy, don't you think it is the duty of the government to invest more money, spend more money, so that there is a recovery that is taking place in the economy? So whenever the governments, in order to promote a recovery, will spend money, will invest money, that policy is referred to as reflation policy. Okay, that is a concept of reflation. Next one is imported inflation. Next concept is imported inflation. What is this imported inflation? Whenever inflation is caused by the imports. I'll repeat this. Whenever inflation is caused by the imports, that inflation is referred to as imported inflation. Sir, what do you mean by that? I'll take a very simple example. Let's start. Your bottle is here. Let's start. You are a manufacturer. You want to manufacture the bottle. But to manufacture the bottle, you will import steel. You will import plastic. Now, until yesterday, simple example, until yesterday, you imported plastic and steel by paying 100 rupees. You paid 100 rupees, you imported it. Now, you are paying not 100, but rather 130 rupees. You're not paying 100, you're paying 130 rupees. A simple question to you. Will this not add to inflationary trend in India? I hope you understand. Will it not add to inflationary trends in India? So whenever imports will contribute to inflation in India, this is called as imported inflation. Current affairs example, crude oil prices. All of you will agree? Crude oil prices. The crude oil prices, if they start increasing from, let's say, $80 per barrel, if it reaches $100, if it reaches $120, etc., this will contribute to inflation. So whenever inflation is contributed by imports like this, this will be referred to as imported inflation. Now, next important point, focus on this, right? Because I'm going to introduce a concept here. Imported inflation can be caused because of two reasons. One, the price of the import, right? The price of the import in the international market has gone up. I repeat, the price of the import in the international market has gone up. Sir, what do you mean by this? Look at this example. Look at this example. What has happened to crude oil prices? The crude oil prices in the international market has gone up. When the crude oil prices in the international market will go up, automatically the imports will become costly for you. Second, it could also happen because of changes in the exchange rate. That is, it can also happen because of rupee depreciation. Now, many of you will start asking me, sir, depreciation. Let me explain, follow the concept. What do you mean by rupee depreciation here? Whenever you import a commodity, you are not going to pay in terms of rupees. Is it okay? Most of the trade that we do with the international market, we do not pay in terms of rupees. We do not receive the money in terms of rupees. We pay in dollars. We receive dollars. Right? That should be very clear to you. Most of the trade, we pay in dollars. We receive in dollars. But dollars are not printed in India. Dollars are not printed. Dollar is not a domestic currency, which means we should receive dollars from the international market. Sir, how do we get dollars? If you export a commodity, you manufacture this, you will export it, you will receive dollars. But can you use the dollars in India? Can you use the dollars to purchase raw material? Of course no. So what you will do? You will sell dollars. So in the market, dollars are available. Okay, so remember this, dollars are available. But now on the other hand, you have imported a raw material, you want to pay dollars, but you have rupees. You need to sell rupees, you need to convert rupees into dollars. Let's take a very simple example. Yesterday, $1 was equal to 50 rupees. And today, $1 is equal to 60 rupees. This is basically depreciation of rupee. I'll repeat the statement. This is basically the depreciation of rupee. What do you mean by rupee depreciation? Rupee is losing value against dollar. I will repeat the statement here. Rupee depreciation simply means rupee is losing value against dollar. Now some of you will look at 50 and 60 and get confused and believe that rupee has become more valuable. Absolutely no. Apply basic knowledge. If you are paying more rupees to purchase the same product, I repeat, if you are paying more rupees to purchase the same product, do you think rupee value has increased? No, rupee value has not increased, rupee value has decreased. So this is basically the idea of a rupee depreciation. Very often you will come across this in the newspaper. You'll come across this in the newspaper, that is rupee is getting depreciated, etc. Now why depreciation happens? Can we use rupee only in the international market, etc.? Not today. Not today. For that I need again exchange rate. We'll discuss when I take up international trade. Have patience, we'll discuss it when I take up international trade. Not today, come back to inflation. Now have a look at this. Yesterday $1 was equal to 50 rupees. Today $1 is equal to 60 rupees. Will this not cause imported inflation? Will this not cause imported inflation? Meaning, because I'm paying more rupees to get the same dollar, my imports have become more costlier. So imported inflation can be caused either because the products have become costlier or rupee has lost value. Rupee has lost value. Okay. So imported inflation. Next concept, wage price spiral. Wage price spiral. We are concerned that now there could be a wage price spiral in Great Britain. This was there a couple of days ago in the newspaper. Please be very careful. There's a concern that there could be a wage price spiral in Britain. Now, what is this wage price spiral? Let me start with an example here. Let me start with a simple example. Let's say you are a company, you are the owner of the company, and I'm working for you. Right now, you are paying wages of 100 rupees. That's simple. You are paying wages of 100. Inflation rate in the market is higher. It is 8%, 9%, 10%, etc. So what I'll do, I'll come to you and I'll ask you for a hike in the wages. I will ask for a hike. You will ask me, sir, why should I give you a hike? I'll simply tell you, inflation rate in the market is very high. With the same 100 rupees, I will not be able to afford many of the commodities. So please provide me a hike in the wages. So what you will do is, you will increase my wages from 100 rupees to, let's say, 110 rupees. You will increase the wages from 100 to 110. Now next point, when you increase the wages, cost of production will increase. Cost of production will increase. And when cost of production increases, market prices will also increase. And when market prices will increase, it is going to again contribute to inflation. It is going to contribute to inflation. Now again, worried about inflation, I will come to you, ask for a hike. Ask for a raise in the wages. Now, don't you think this cycle will keep on occurring again and again? Let me know. Don't you think this cycle will keep on happening again and again? Right? Inflation rate is high. I'll come to you, ask for a hike. You will give me a hike. But what you will do? You will basically increase the prices of commodities. You don't have any option. And when you will increase the prices of the commodities, that will lead to higher inflation. Now, again worried about higher inflation, I'll come to you, ask for a hike. So there is a continuous loop that is going to happen now. This is basically a wage price spiral. This is basically referred to as wage price spiral. Sir, how the cost of production increases? My dear, please revise. It simply means you are not revising. Don't you think wages is one of the inputs? If you are going to pay more wages, will the cost of production increase or not? And again, that's the only concern that I generally have. Right? Because you are not revising. If you ask me, I'm in the 5th class. In the first class, we have discussed this. Wages is one of the input cost. Right? If you do not remember wages is one of the input cost, then imagine you are going to write the exams next year. So please be very careful. Wage price spiral, there is a danger that it will happen in a country such as Britain. Right? Why? In Britain right now, inflation rate is in double digits. For majority period of the time, inflation rate is in double digits, around 10%. Whereas the hikes in the wages provided by the government is somewhere around 5 to 6%. So the workers are concerned, if you give me a hike in the wages of 5% and inflation is 10%, will I be able to purchase same set of goods and services? I hope you understand. Right? Will I be able to purchase the same set of goods and services? Of course, no. Right? Of course, no. That is a precise reason they want higher wages. They want wage increase by 10%. They want wage increase by 11%, etc., etc. But the government of Britain is saying, no, we will not be able to give you that. Because if I increase your wages by 10%, automatically the cost of inputs will go up. When the cost of inputs will go up, market prices will go up, contributing to inflation all over again. And again, you will ask me for a hike. So that is the reason, right? This is there in the discussion. Please be very careful. Wage price spiral. Rise in inflation leads to rise in wages, and the circle will keep on repeating itself. The cycle will keep on happening again and again. This is called as wage price spiral. Now, Phillips curve already discussed. Yesterday itself we have discussed. Now come to this. Many of you keep on asking me base year, base year, base year. What is the base year? What is the concept? Let me start. Now there is a term called as base year. We'll come across a base year in the context of inflation. We'll come across the base year in the context of GDP. Now you don't have to study everywhere what is base year, what is the meaning of it, etc., etc. Let's understand in the context of GDP. And now assume that whenever you come across base year, this is generally the application. Now, what is this concept of base year? Why do we need base year? Let me ask you a very simple question. Imagine this year's GDP value is $3.5 trillion. Simple question, by the way. Imagine this year GDP value is $3.5 trillion. Now, answer to my question. This is the only information you have. Is it a good GDP value or is it a bad GDP value? Think of it. This is the only data you have. This year, the GDP value is $3.5 trillion. Right? I am asking a question. Is it a good GDP value or is it a bad GDP value? Your answer should be, sir, against what? If you say you are good, you are bad, there has to be a standard. There has to be a comparison, right? We are supposed to compare with something else. Some of you will say, no, sir, I will go ahead. It is good. But what if I say last year it was actually $4 trillion? What if I say last year it was actually $4 trillion? Now you will change. No. Right? It is bad then. So argument is simple here. Only GDP number is given to you. The GDP value is given to you. You cannot establish whether it is good, bad, right, requires improvement, etc. or excellent, etc. But what if I say now, rather than $4 trillion, what if I say now, last year it was actually $2.5 trillion. Last year it was 2.5 trillion, now it is 3.5 trillion. Don't you think you are making a comparison and saying, sir, it is a very good improvement in the GDP numbers. So argument is, whenever you're talking about GDP, it's a value. It's simply a value. But we need to compare these values to arrive to a conclusion whether the GDP is growing, whether the GDP growth rate is as per the requirement, whether it is lagging behind, etc., etc., etc. Now, how do we make a comparison? How do we make a comparison? There is a problem with that. The problem is inflation. Let me give you a very simple example. Tell me now. Imagine in 1 year, right? Let's say year 1. Right? In year 1, the value of GDP is like this. We have produced 10 goods. The market price is, let's say, 10 rupees. We have produced 10 goods. The market price is 10 rupees. What is the GDP value? 100. Right? What is the GDP value? It is 100. Now, let's say year 2. Year 2. The production has come down. The production has actually come down. But because of inflation, the market prices have gone up. What is the GDP value now? 108 rupees. 108. Now, if I simply make a comparison, don't you think the comparison will not be fair because there is an impact of inflation between 1 year to the second year? I'll repeat it. If I simply make a comparison and say growth is 8%, the problem is that from 1 year to next year, there is an impact of inflation on the GDP value. So don't you think you should be adjusting for the impact of inflation? You should be removing the impact of inflation on the GDP value. Any problem so far? Please do let me know. Any problem so far? Right? Simple idea. 100 rupee, 108 rupee. But based on the value itself, can I come to a conclusion GDP growth rate is very good? Of course, no. Why? From 1 year to next year, there is a rise in the market prices of the commodities. And because there is a rise in the market prices of the commodities, the GDP will also be increasing. So that's the reason what we say is, whenever we want to make a comparison between countries like this, years like this, whenever we want to make a comparison of GDP of different years, we should adjust for inflation. We should remove the impact of inflation from these numbers. Now, question is, how do we remove the impact? How do we simply remove the impact? That is where the concept of base year will be used. That is where the concept of base year is used. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. Before that, what is a base year? The base year is a reference year. Base year is nothing but a reference year which is used for the calculation of various indices. I'll repeat the statement here. I'm giving you the definition, by the way. What is a base year? Base year is a reference year, the data for which is used for the calculation of various indices. Now let me ask you a simple question. How many of you think 2020 and 21 is a very good base year? Let me know. How many of you think 2020 and 2021 is a very good base year? How many of you think so? Your answer should be unequivocally, absolutely no, sir. Right? No, it should not be a base year. Why? There was an impact of the pandemic. There was an impact of pandemic. And as a result of the pandemic, unemployment rate was higher. The GDP has contracted. So argument here is, do not take 1 year as a base year. Do not choose a year as a base year if it is not normal. Now, I hope all of you can understand what is the meaning of not normal. I'll repeat it. Right? You will choose 1 year as a base year, but do not choose that year if it is not normal. What do you mean by not normal? Imagine this year there is a recession in the global market. Russia-Ukraine fight will continue. They will have a nuclear war, hypothetically. They will have a nuclear war, right? Other countries will get involved. India will be dragged into it. There is a global recession. Can we use this year as a base year then? Can we use the current year as a base year? Absolutely no. Absolutely no. Right? So the argument here is, we want 1 year so that we can make comparison. We can use the prices in that so that we can make comparison. But which year should we use as a base year? Which year should be used as a base year? Argument is, choose that year where one, you will have lot of data. You will be able to get access to lot of data. Second, that year should not have any kind of events. Any kind of events which will have either a very large negative impact or very large positive impact. Try to choose that year which is almost a normal year. Almost a normal year. That is chosen as a base year. Now many of you are questioning, sir, we are in 2023, etc., etc. My dear, for the calculation of GDP from 2014, we introduced this concept 2014-2015 financial year, or you want to be very precise, starting of 2015. So that was the year when we actually chose a base year. And what was the base year chosen back in 2014 and 2015? We chose 11 and 12 as a base year. Is it okay? We chose 11 and 12 as a base year. Okay, so that's the basic idea for base year. Any difficulty here? Any difficulty? If there is a recession, don't choose it. Right? If the data for that year is not available, do not choose it. If there was war that was taking place, there will be an impact in that year. Do not choose it. Try to choose that year which will have very less impact of certain events. Right? That is a basic idea of a base year. So right now, for the calculation of GDP, what is the base year chosen? 11 and 12 is a base year chosen. Now let's say, right, have a look at this. Let's say the price of the product in the base year was 10 rupee. Again, the calculation is not this easy. I am making it easier. Will UPSC ask you this calculation? A big no. UPSC will not ask you for this calculation. Please do not by heart it. It's not necessary for UPSC. Right? That is GS paper 3. But if your optional is economics, you do not have any option. You will have to learn a lot. So come back to this. Base year is 11 and 12. Let's assume the price of the product in the base year is 10 rupee. Point number 1. Let's go point by point. Let's say right now, we are in the year 2020 and 21. I'll call this as fiscal 21, FY 21. And this one is a previous financial year, fiscal 20. I'm saying, let's assume. Don't correct me. I know we are in financial year 23. Don't correct me. Many of you are correcting me. I am very much awake. Don't worry. Right? So imagine we are in the fiscal 21. Previous financial year was fiscal 20. Let's say for fiscal year 21, we have produced 20 goods. We have produced 20 goods and the price of the good is 15 rupees. So what is the GDP value? What is the GDP value taking the current market price? The GDP value will be 300 rupees. Any difficulty? Simple numbers. 15 into 20. 15 2s are 30. So 10 as it is. So 300 rupees. Now please focus on this now. Whenever you calculate GDP using current market prices, I repeat, whenever you calculate GDP using the current market prices, current means in that year, what was the market price? You calculate GDP using current market prices. This is called as nominal GDP. Is it okay? This is referred to as nominal GDP. Now, next point. What is the nominal GDP for previous fiscal? Fiscal 19 and 20. We produced, let's say, 15 goods and the market price was 12 rupees. So 12 into 15, 180. So because 180 rupees is GDP calculated using the current market price, that is the market price of that year, we'll simply refer to this as 180 as well as a nominal GDP. So nominal GDP means what? In that year, whatever the price is there, consider calculate GDP. That is nominal GDP. But if I make a comparison between these 2 years, 180 to 300 rupees, if I make a comparison, it is misleading. Why it is misleading? The inflation rate is there in the market. Right? The prices have increased from 12 rupees to 15 rupees. Now the question is, how do I change it? How do I address the impact of inflation? This is how NSO does. Follow the next calculation. What is the base year now? 2011 and 12. What is the price of the commodity in the base year? Price of the commodity in the base year is 10 rupee. Now simply take the prices of the commodity in both the years. I repeat, simply take price of the commodity in both the years as the 10 rupees. Sir, why 10 rupee? That was the price of the commodity in the base year. So how many products we have manufactured? In financial year 20, 15, so 10 into 15. How many products we have manufactured in financial year 21? Right, we have manufactured 20 products. So taking base year prices, but current units of production, we will calculate GDP. And now have a look at the next point here. Whenever you use base year prices to calculate GDP, this is referred to as the GDP at constant prices or real GDP. Is it okay? Whenever you calculate GDP using the base year prices, it is called as real GDP. So one, using whatever the market prices were there in that year, that is nominal GDP. And second, whatever was the market prices right in the base year, that is real GDP. Right? Or else they will use two more terms. For nominal GDP, they'll say GDP at current market prices. And second, the GDP, that is real GDP, is referred to as a GDP at constant prices. Okay, GDP at constant prices. Now, some of you are worried. You want to learn everything in detail. My suggestion to you is stop. Do not dissect it. Trust me when I say this. Do not dissect it. You don't require it for UPSC. I could have simply gone ahead and told you what is real and nominal as it is given in the book. You can search any book that is used as a reference for Civil Services GS Paper 3. Trust me when I say this, they will not give you this calculation. Now you want, right? Now you want, sir, how will they collect data? Right? How will they collect which good is there? You don't have to be worried. That is a headache of NSO. I can take 2 days and explain it, but not relevant for UPSC. Trust me when I say this, not at all needed for UPSC. Understand this more than sufficient. In fact, I'm pretty sure some of you would have already started having a panic attack looking at the calculation. Should you by heart it? No. What is the concept? We are trying to compare GDP of two different years. But the problem is the inflation is there. There is inflation in the market. Now the question is, how do we remove the impact of inflation? Take the base year. Okay, take the base year. So whatever the prices were there in the base year, use it to calculate GDP for both the years. For financial year 20, the GDP constant at constant prices. That is real GDP was 150. For next financial year, the real GDP was 200. Now make a comparison. And that is the GDP growth rate. That is the GDP growth rates. Done? So this is how nominal GDP, real GDP, etc. are calculated. Now, what is the use of all of this? What is the use of all of this? There is one more concept called as GDP deflator. Now, before I go to the idea of a GDP deflator, I hope you understand what is the idea of a base year. Why do we use the base year of 11 and 12? And I'm asking you for a simple reason. When I was discussing GDP methodology, the first point was base year was changed. The first point in the GDP methodology was the base year was changed. Earlier, the base year was 2004, 2005. Now, the base year that we are using is 2011 and 2012. Should we change the base year? Of course, yes. It's an old one. But please understand, if you want to change the base year, the government will have to start it. Government has to initiate the process, not you and me. And in the last couple of years, even if the government wants to change the base year, the focus has not been on the base year, rather to save the economy. That is the reason, yes. Should we change the base year? Of course, yes. We are in 2023. We are using the base year of 11 and 12. We should change the base year. But again, it's not a very simple process. Generally, it takes a year or more to change a base year once the discussion will start. Okay. So next, GDP deflator. Right, the idea of a GDP deflator. Now, what is this idea of a GDP deflator? Follow the concept carefully. GDP deflator is also referred to as implicit price deflator. Right, implicit price deflator. Now, what is this implicit price deflator? Look at the formula. At the bottom of the slide, look at the formula. GDP deflator is equal to nominal GDP divided by real GDP. Now, first point, nominal GDP is used, or nominal GDP is calculated using current market prices. Using current market prices, that is the market prices of this year. Whereas real GDP is used, or real GDP is calculated using the base year market prices. That is constant prices. Constant prices. Now, is it okay if I say, if the price of the commodity has increased from 10 rupee to 15 rupee, right? If the price of the commodity has increased from 10 rupees to 15 rupee, it is nothing but inflation. It is nothing but inflation. Point number one. Point number two. Whenever you say GDP, are we counting only one good in the market, or are we counting all the final goods and services in the market? Simple. GDP is all the goods and services in the market. So have a look at this. When you're moving from the constant, that is real GDP, to nominal GDP, what is the difference? Inflation rate is the difference. Price levels have changed. And second is, the GDP comprises of all the goods and services which are produced, final goods and services which are produced in the market. Now come to the third point. On one side, I will write CPI, WPI, and on the other side, I will write GDP. Right? Now, is it okay if I say, when you talk about CPI or WPI, they will consider few of the goods, or they will consider basket of commodities in the market, whereas a GDP will cover all the goods and services in the market. Any difficulty, please do let me know. GDP will cover all the goods and services which are produced, and CPI, WPI, inflation, measurement of it will cover limited basket of goods and services. Next question to all of you. If I put real GDP in the denominator and nominal GDP in the numerator and calculate it, will it not give me what is the overall inflation rate in the market? Think of it. Just think of it. I'll repeat it again. I'll put real GDP in the denominator, nominal GDP in the numerator. And it should be very clear to you. Real and nominal, what is the difference? Price levels. In real, we are taking base year prices. In nominal, current year prices, which simply means there is inflation in the market. And second point is, we are not talking about only limited goods and services. We are not talking limited, basket. Absolutely no. GDP means it covers all the goods and services. And now is it okay, whatever is the outcome, let's say 1.5, 1.8, 2, etc., etc., it simply indicates that there is a inflation in the market. What is the inflation in the overall market? Now, second question to all of you. Tell me, which is a better indicator of inflation? Is the GDP deflator a better indicator, or CPI or WPI better indicator? Right? Now it should be very simple. Is a CPI or WPI a better indicator, or a GDP deflator better indicator of inflation? Your answer should be, sir, GDP deflator. Right? GDP deflator is a better indicator. Why? We are covering the overall economy. Simple, we are covering overall economy. Unlike CPI, WPI, which will cover, right, a basket, which will cover limited number of goods and services. But understand the logic here. Rather than using GDP deflator, we generally use CPI, WPI for policy making. CPI, where do we use it? For policy making. Should we increase interest rate or decrease the interest rate? Right? Why not GDP deflator then? Why not GDP deflator? Why we are running behind CPI? The reason for this is simple. GDP deflator is published quarterly. Is it okay? GDP deflator is published quarterly. Now, some of you will have a very right revolutionary idea. You will say, sir, in that case, let's start calculating GDP deflator monthly, so that rather than CPI, WPI, we'll focus on the GDP deflator. My dear, if you want to do that, first you will have to calculate GDP monthly. I hope you understand it now. First you will have to calculate GDP monthly. Are we calculating GDP monthly? No. And don't say, sir, then let's start doing it monthly. It's not that easy. Right? It's not that easy. Right? Because if you have thought of it, don't you think IAS officers would have already thought of it? Same thing, just like you people. Some of you might be thinking, let me become cabinet secretary. I will change the policy. We will calculate GDP monthly. You are not the first person to think like that. Many of them have tried it already. It's not possible. Why? India is not a small country. India is not a small country. Only 5 companies are not there wherein you can easily collect the data and calculate GDP within weeks. Absolutely no. It's a very huge economy. Very huge economy. Lot of issues are there in terms of calculation, collection, informal economy, etc., etc., etc. That's the reason, remember this, we have GDP deflator. It is much better indicator compared to CPI, WPI, because it covers the overall economy. But we are not using it, right, in terms of policy making, because right now GDP is calculated quarterly, which means GDP deflator is also calculated quarterly. Now you'll ask me, sir, which authority will calculate it? Who will calculate GDP in India? Who will calculate GDP? MOSPI. Same authority will also give you GDP deflator. Right? That's the reason, even though it is a much better indicator of inflation, we do not use it. Rather, we use a CPI and WPI as measurements of inflation. And it is available on monthly basis. It is available on monthly basis. CPI is available for every month. WPI is available for every month. Right? That is a basic idea. That is a basic idea of GDP deflator. Any difficulty here? Any difficulty? Right? So this is a concept of the base here. This is a concept of GDP deflator. Okay. Shall I go to the next one? So this is the end of the chapter. This is the end of the inflation chapter. Next is the questions. Right? Many of you are asking, sir, which questions have been asked? What questions have been asked? I'll come back to this. But before that, let me finish off questions on GDP. Because questions on GDP were left out. Let me check whether they have put it or not. I've asked them to put it. Let me check. Okay, let's solve it. I think they have put it here only. Let's solve it. Let's solve it. Okay, let's start now. What is GDP deflator? Okay. GDP deflator simply means, okay, GDP deflator simply means it is inflation in the full economy. Right? It is inflation in the full economy. Sir, give me definition. Don't tell me anything else. GDP deflator is the ratio of, it is the ratio of the nominal GDP and real GDP. This is how it is defined, by the way. You can check it. Right? GDP deflator is the ratio of nominal GDP by real GDP. And what is this nominal GDP? GDP using the current market prices. And what is this real GDP? GDP using constant market prices or base year market prices. But what does it actually mean? What does it actually mean? Let's say nominal GDP is 150 rupees. Let's say nominal GDP is 150 rupees and real GDP is 100 rupees. Can I say GDP deflator is 1.5 times? Let me know. Right? If the nominal GDP is 150, real GDP is 100, I'll say GDP deflator is 1.5 times. I've written 1.5 times. Many of the times they will also write in percentages. 150%. Do not be confused. 1.5 times or 150%, both are one and same. But what does it actually indicate? If it is 1.5, if the deflator is 1.5, what does it actually indicate? It simply indicates that compared to base year, today the market prices have increased by 50%. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. Compared to base year, today the market prices have increased by 50%. That is basically inflation in the overall economy. So what if it is 1.3 times? Compared to base year, now the market prices have increased by 30%. That is the indication, that is the inference that you need to derive from the concept of GDP deflator. Okay? Let's start. Let's start now. Previous year questions, let's start. Sir, is it 30 or 130? My dear, I'm saying it has increased by 30%. Can you understand my statement? It has increased by 30%. It has not increased by 130%. It has increased by 30%. Okay? Okay. Previous year questions, let's start. I'll solve this. I will solve this question. Why? There are certain technical terms which you have not come across. Hence, I'll solve this. Let's start. With reference to Indian economy, demand pull inflation can be caused or increased by which of the following? Expansionary policies. This we have discussed. Expansionary policies. What is the idea of expansionary policies? Whenever the money supply in the economy increases. In fact, if you remember, we have discussed the concept of expansionary fiscal policy. Expansionary fiscal policy. I told you expansionary means increased money supply. Right? So expansionary policies, can they contribute to demand pull inflation? Yes. Fiscal stimulus. What do you mean by fiscal stimulus? Imagine one sector. I'll talk about, let's say, a civil aviation sector, a banking sector. Government of India will provide assistance. Government of India will provide assistance to this sector. When Government of India will provide assistance to the sector, this is called as a fiscal stimulus. Is it okay? It is referred as a fiscal stimulus. Assistance provided by the government sector-wise, it is referred as a fiscal stimulus. Sir, why will government provide assistance? Imagine the sector is falling behind. Imagine the sector is incurring losses. Imagine the sector is not performing that well. So government will provide certain assistance to the sector. So fiscal stimulus. Inflation indexation of the wages. Inflation indexation of the wages. Again, sir, will it cause inflation? Of course, yes. How? Simple question to you. If government will provide a stimulus to agriculture sector, will the money supply increase or not? Let me know. If the government will provide assistance, a fiscal stimulus to agriculture sector, will it increase the money supply or not? And when there is increased money supply, it generally causes demand pull inflation. Okay. Third one, sir, start poll. My dear, focus on the discussion. I told you I'll discuss it because certain terms are there which you might have not come across. Right? Apparently, you don't even listen to me. inflation indexation of the wages. Right? What is this inflation indexation of the wages? If the inflation increases by 10%, your wages will also increase by 10%. Agreed? Let me know. If there is inflation, that is the price levels will increase by 10%, your wages will also increase by 10%. And now understand this. Some of you will basically say, sir, if the wages increase, if the wages start to increase like this, it could cause inflation. Not necessarily. Why? Have a look at this. Have a look at this very carefully. If the inflation goes up by 10%, your wages will also increase by 10%. Let's say earlier your wages was 100 and using 100 rupee, you were able to purchase basket of goods and services whose price was 100. Is it okay? Right? Earlier, right, the wages was 100 rupee and the basket of goods and services cost was 100 rupee. Now, if inflation rate is 10%, the price of the basket of goods and services will increase from 100 rupees to 110. Any difficulty? Because 10% rise. If inflation is 10%, for the basket of goods and services, it will start costing you 110. Now, point number 2. What if your wages, which was earlier 100, now will be changed by 10% to what? To 110. Now tell me, is it going to cause a demand pull inflation? Let me know. Is it going to cause a demand pull inflation? Be very careful. Be careful. Right? Is it going to cause a demand pull inflation? Answer is no. Why? The prices of the basket of goods and services has increased. Even after changing, now you are able to purchase same set of goods and services. So it is not going to cause a demand pull inflation. So third one is wrong. Third one is wrong. You can use elimination now. You can use elimination easily. Right? Higher purchasing power. Higher purchasing power. Simply with 100 rupee, now you can purchase more goods. Yesterday we have discussed purchasing power. With, right, let's say 100 rupees, now you can purchase more goods. Will it not contribute to inflation? Will it not lead to demand, higher demand in the market? Yes. Rising interest rates, anyways, this should be very easy for you, right? Rising interest rates. If the interest rates keep on increasing, demand will not increase, demand will fall down. Okay, fifth one is also wrong. Anyways, you can, again, there are different ways to solve it. I am solving it sequentially. In exam, you don't have to do it. If you find someone, not someone, let's say if you find that one of the factor, you know, right, this is what is going to be the impact. Start with the fifth one then. Start with the fifth one. You can use it as elimination. Simple. Start with the fifth one. You can use it as a elimination. Basically, you already have the right option. You have the right option. Many of you feel that questions are very difficult. No, questions are not very difficult. You should know how to use elimination methodology. Then it becomes much easier. Done? Okay. So, the right option for the question will be option A, 1, 2 and 4. 1, 2 and 4. Third point. I'll repeat it again. Inflation indexation of the wages means when inflation will happen, by the same percentage, your wages will increase. When inflation will happen, by the same percentage, your wages will increase. Right? As a result of this, now even with higher wages, you will not be able to purchase more goods and services. You will be able to purchase same set of goods and services. Right? That will not contribute higher demand in the market. Okay, right option for the question is option A. Next question, solve now. Solve now. Okay, 75% have answered correctly. Let me address this. With reference to inflation in India, which of the following statements is correct? Controlling inflation in India is the responsibility of Government of India only. Wrong. The Reserve Bank of India has no role in controlling inflation. Wrong. Decreased money circulation helps in controlling inflation. Right option. This is the right option. It's a straightforward, very simple question. Okay. Now, there is a very interesting question which has been asked to me. But sir, earlier you gave the example of UK. Isn't inflation indexation of the wages going to cause inflation? My dear, tell me, if your wages are increased, is it going to cause a demand pull or cost push? Is it going to cause a demand pull or cost push? Point number one. And the question is on demand pull or cost push. Please focus. Please focus on what is the question asking. Okay. Next question. This question should not be difficult for you. It's a just factual question. Factual, which we have already discussed, by the way. Okay, 62% have answered correctly. Either you're not focusing on the classes or you are not revising. Why? We have discussed this. The consumer price index for industrial workers is published by Labor Bureau. Right? It is published by Labor Bureau. In fact, it is there in the slide also. Please have a look at it. Now, let me explain this. Right? Those who are attending class for second time, third time, it is easier for them. Let me explain this. Follow the discussion carefully. Consider the following statements. Inflation will benefit debtors. Inflation benefits bond holders. Follow the explanation. Point number one. Focus on the term benefit. Many of you will get confused here. Benefit is not equal to profit. Benefit is not equal to profit. This should be very, very clear, because when I give answer, you will not agree with me. You'll say, but sir this, but sir that, but sir this, etc. First point, right? The benefit is not equal to profit. Let me prove it. Let me prove it. All of you have got vaccinated. Vaccination. In fact, many of you have got even booster dose as well. How many of you are earning profit because of vaccination? How many of you got profit because of vaccination? Will the term profit suit it or benefit suit it? Did you all not get the benefit because of vaccination? So now at least it should be very clear. Benefit is different, profit is different. So have a look at this. There is inflation in the market. Question is, who is going to get the benefit of inflation? Again, not profit. Who is going to get the benefit of inflation? Now there are two terms here, debtors and bondholders. Debtors and bondholders. Debtor and creditor. There are two terms, again follow this carefully. Debtor and creditor. Debtor means borrower and creditor means lender. Okay, debtor is a borrower, creditor is lender. Okay, for example, you take a loan from a bank. The bank becomes a creditor, you become a debtor. Okay, so debtor means a borrower, creditor means lender. Come to the third point here, bondholder. Now, what is the idea for bondholder? Simple. The term bond refers to an instrument which is used for borrowing. Instrument which is used for borrowing. Which is used for borrowing. Sir, what do you mean by this? Here is a company. Here is a company or government. Right? Here is a company or government. And by the way, both are allowed to borrow from the market. The company or government can issue bonds in the market and borrow from the investors. I'll repeat the statement here. The company or the government can issue bonds in the market and borrow from the investors. Meaning what? Let's take a simple example. Imagine you have 100 rupee. Imagine you have 100 rupee. I will issue a piece of paper to you. I will give you a piece of paper and you will give me 100 rupees. And I will tell you, I will take this 100 rupee for 2 years and every year I will pay you 8% rate of interest. Any difficulty so far? You have 100 rupee. I've taken this 100 rupee from you. I will give you a piece of paper. That piece of paper is nothing but bond. That is nothing but bond. I will give you this bond. I will take 100 rupees. I will tell you, I will give the 100 rupee back after 2 years. But because I'm taking 100 rupee from you annually, every year, I will give you 8% rate of interest. Now, is it okay? Is it okay if I say that company or the government is a debtor here? Company or the government is a debtor here and the investor is nothing but bondholder. Bondholder means what? The one who is holding the bond. Holding means owning. So if I basically take 100 rupee, give you bond, you will become bondholder. So can I say bondholder is a creditor? Is the logic okay now? Bondholder is a creditor. Is the logic okay now? What is a debtor? What is a creditor? In case of a bond, who is a debtor? Who is a creditor, etc. Now, come to the point. Come to the point. Inflation benefits debtors or inflation benefits creditors. Right? I've basically changed the statement now. Will the inflation provide benefit to the one who has borrowed, or inflation will provide the benefit to the one who has given loan? Always remember this. Always remember this. Inflation will provide benefit to the borrowers. Inflation will provide the benefit to the borrowers, not to the lenders. Now you will ask me, sir, how? Very difficult, etc., etc., etc. Let me start. Let me start. Imagine there is a basket of goods and services. Okay, imagine there is a basket of goods and services. Cost of the basket is 100 rupees. The cost of the basket is 100 rupees. Now you have 100 rupees, which means you can go to the market and purchase this one basket of goods and services. But rather than this, or instead of this, what you will do is, you will give me the loan. You will give the loan to me. I am here. You will give the loan. And let's say after 1 year, you will collect the loan. You will collect the amount back. Now have a look at this. In the same time period, that is after 1 year, after 1 year, the basket of goods and services, which was 100 rupees, now has become, let's say, 110. Now has become 110. Do not worry, do not focus on interest here. Focus on my statement. Focus on my statement. The statement is, you have given me 100 rupees when its purchasing power was high, and you have collected the amount back when its purchasing power has gone down. Is the statement correct or not? I'll repeat it by the way again. You have given me 100 rupees. You have given a loan of 100 rupees to me when the purchasing power of 100 rupee was high, and you collected the amount back when the purchasing power was low. Now, why the purchasing power has become lower? Because of inflation. The purchasing power has gone down because of inflation. Inflation has dragged down the purchasing power. Right? This is statement 1. Come to the other side. Come to the other side. I have taken 100 rupees from you when the purchasing power was high. Right? I took 100 rupees from you when the purchasing power was high. And I'm giving the 100 rupee back to you when the purchasing power is low. So you tell me, you are getting the benefit of inflation or I am getting the benefit of inflation. Right? Again, benefit. Do not equate it to profit. Do not equate it to profit. If you equate it to profit, you will make a mistake. The term is benefit. There is a benefit, right? There is a benefit because of inflation. But who is going to get the benefit? Right? I am going to get the benefit of inflation, not you, because I've taken the money from you when the purchasing power is higher, and I'm giving the money back to you when the purchasing power is lower. Is it okay? Right? I'm taking the money from you when the purchasing power is higher, and I'm giving the money back to you when the purchasing power is lower. So who is going to get the benefit of inflation? I am going to get the benefit of inflation. So again, this is very basic idea. If you are not able to comprehend it, don't worry. Remember my statement. Whenever there is inflation, the one who takes money, right, gets the benefit. Why? That 100 rupee has a higher purchasing power today compared to after 1 year. But what if there's a deflation? Now let's change the situation. What if there is a deflation? If there is a deflation in the economy, it is the creditor who will get the benefit, not the lender. Arey Baba, don't focus on interest. Why are you focusing on interest? Again, can you comprehend what I say? Comprehend again means understand. Can you understand what I say? You are focused on profit. Is the question on profit? Let me know. Let me know. Is the question asking you profit? How much profit you are making, etc., etc.? Is the question about it? Then why are you taking interest and inserting everything here? Question is not on profit. Question is, inflation is there. Who is going to get the benefit? Understand the statement first. Understand the statement first. Inflation is there. Who is going to get the benefit? Question is not asking you, tell me how much profit you have made. Right? So that is the reason, comprehend first. Understand what they are asking. That's the reason I started with an example of defining the difference between a benefit and profit. Even then, sir, interest. Sir, interest is there. Interest. Of course, interest is there. But question is not about interest. Question is about benefit. Right? So understand the logic here. If inflation is there, the borrower gets the benefit of inflation. Again, borrower gets the benefit of inflation. Sir, what if deflation is there? If deflation is there, the lender will get the benefit of deflation, not the borrower. Because vice versa. What is deflation? Price levels are going down. Sir, how? What is the deflation? I'll tell you why this happens. I'll tell you why do you keep on getting confused? Because you don't revise. What is deflation, by the way? Deflation is price levels are going down. Right? Imagine the price of basket of commodities is 100 rupees and it will go down to 90 rupees. I took money from you. When the price was, when the 100 rupee had, right, a certain purchasing power, and I will return it to you when it has more purchasing power. So who is going to get the benefit? You are going to get the benefit. Sir, profit is also a benefit. Please read the question first. Please read the question first. So profit is also a benefit. Question is about inflation or about interest. Focus on the question because you don't read the questions correctly. Question is asking inflation is there. Who is going to get the benefit? This is a very basic idea, but even then you are basically complicating everything. Okay, anyways, right option for the question is option A, one only, right? Okay, let me go to the next one. Solve it. Okay. Arey. Anyways, come back. With reference to the economy, the core inflation is considered to be a better indicator than headline inflation. Why? Core inflation excludes certain items that are subject to sudden and short-lived price movements. Right option is option A. Core inflation has a wider basket of items. Wider means more. No. Headline inflation is used as a nominal anchor. Statement is correct. Focus on my explanation now. Statement is correct. But is it an answer to the question? Right, have a look at this. Right? The statement is correct. Headline inflation is used as a nominal anchor. Did we not discuss this yesterday? CPI, headline inflation, is used as a nominal anchor. Statement is correct. But is it an answer to the question given here? No. Okay. Core inflation includes certain items that are subject to sudden and short-lived price movements. Right? Core inflation includes fuel prices. Core inflation includes food prices. No, it doesn't include. So right option to the question is option A here. Okay. Next one. Okay, 87% have answered correctly. Which of the following factors can cause cost to push inflation in the economy? Oil price increases? Yes. Fluctuation in the production of food grains? Yes. Imposition of high commodity taxes such as GST. Yesterday I have discussed the idea of a GST with you. So yes, right option is option D, all of the above. Okay. Now a descriptive question here. Do you agree with the view that steady GDP growth and low inflation have left the Indian economy in good shape? Give reasons in support of your arguments. The idea is, the question is current affairs based. Please be very careful. Some of you expect that UPSC will ask questions only from books. For you people, I've got an update. You think that reading a book you will answer all the questions. You are under wrong impression. You are basically have misunderstood how UPSC operates. I'll give it a guarantee. I'll give a guarantee to you. That is, let's say 6 questions in the mains will come from GS paper 3 economics. Hardly 1 question or maximum 2 questions will be static. Trust me when I say this. If you don't trust me, please have a look at the last 5 to 6 years question papers. So when you talk about UPSC, especially economy, please be careful. Do not expect straightforward question from the books. That is not how UPSC operates. Hardly 1 or 2 will come like that. Rest of the things, trust me, will be from current affairs. Sir, where do I get current affairs? Read. Read current affairs, read newspapers, read magazines, attend webinars, etc., etc. That is your duty. Right? Don't say, sir, right, you read. I will read. Anyways, I have to teach, so I will read. But you will also have to read because you are supposed to write the exam. Okay? Right? Because some of the students will take it personally. How dare you attack me? Okay. Do you agree with the view that steady GDP growth and low inflation have led the Indian economy in good shape? Give reasons in support of your argument. Yes, right. There has been a steady GDP growth rate. Again, don't say, sir, 2021, 22, etc. Because of pandemic, of course, yes, growth has been affected. But is it okay if I say between 2016 to 2021, the inflation rate on an average has been around 3.4%? It is there in the slide. Please have a look at it. It's been around 3.4%. But for, let's say, impact of the pandemic, if you remove that impact of the pandemic, even the GDP growth rate is not bad for India. It's not at all bad. It's good only considering we are a developing country. But now the question is, having this stable growth rate as well as right, stable inflation, has it helped the Indian economy? Right? What is the situation of Indian economy? You are supposed to write. So 3 parts to the question. 3 parts to the question. That is basically the inflation as well as GDP. Start with the introduction here. In the last, let's say 5 years, inflation rate on an average has been around 3.4%. having accounted for the impact of the pandemic, the GDP growth rate has been around 4 to 5%. With the steady GDP growth rate, what we have observed is the size of the economy has increased. Many of the sectors such as let's say agriculture sector has done well. Even during pandemic, agriculture sector has done well. Service sector has continued to expand, has contributed mainly to the GDP. And right, have a look at this. Whenever the GDP expands like this, whenever the GDP growth rate takes place like this, it will help us in improving the poverty numbers. Improving means reducing the poverty numbers and creation of more and more jobs, which is actually required for Indian economy. Right. On the other hand, even the inflation rate has not been very high. It's been around 3.4%. And as per the monetary policy framework agreement, the target that has been given by the government for RBI is 4%. But in the last 5 years, we are right just below a notch by 3.4%, which is a good outcome, because if the inflation rate is very high, the purchasing power of the buyers will come down. It will have a huge impact on the overall economy. But having said so, in recent times, even the inflation rate has crossed more than 6%. That is because of certain events that are taking place. For example, crude oil prices have gone up. Wheat supply is expected to be affected because of a heat wave, right? La Nino, El Nino, etc., etc. Please insert all of these points. Okay, right? So these are certain things that you're supposed to mention in a descriptive answer. Okay, so this is how you approach and write these answers. Questions are repeated in mains? No. Generally, you will not see questions repeated in mains. Okay, same questions they have put again. We have solved this. I'd asked them to put GDP questions, but they have missed. Don't worry, we'll solve. 2 questions are there in the GDP, we'll solve it. Same GDP questions they have put up, right? So inflation questions they have put it. We'll solve GDP questions later, don't worry. Okay, can we relate to Hindu growth rate? No. Right, I'll discuss the concept of Hindu growth later. Don't worry. When I take up planning, I'll give you the idea of Hindu growth rate. But again, don't make the issue political. Right? Whether India is experiencing a Hindu growth rate or not, data is not sufficient as of now. Data is not sufficient. Let's see, right? Let's see the GDP growth rate for 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. Then you will understand whether we are experiencing Hindu growth rate. Only based on 1 or 2 quarters, you cannot decide whether we are experiencing Hindu growth rate. Okay, done. Is data required for such type of questions? Of course, yes. You will have to write a lot of data. Please write data. That's the reason I keep on telling you. Please remember the data that is there in the slides that I've given to you. For example, GDP, I'll tell you last 5 years what is the growth rate later when I take up industries, etc., etc. But inflation data is already there with you. You can mention this inflation data. Okay. Any other doubts? Any other doubts? Leaderboard, right? Some students are always running behind leaderboard. I don't know why. I absolutely don't know why. Right? I'm more interested in leaderboard than what I'm going to discuss here. What is Hindu growth rate? Not today. Right? I told you, right? When I take up planning, I'll tell you what is Hindu growth rate. Right? Have patience. Have patience. Right? Have patience. We'll discuss. Should nominal anchor. Nominal anchor simply means a parameter, a number on which you will make policies. Simple. A parameter on which you will make policies. That is nominal anchor. What is the parameter on which you make policies in India? Right, that is RBI. It is CPI. Okay. Base effect is related to base year? No. Base effect is, understand this carefully, my dear. Base effect is what has happened in the reference period. What is the reference period for you? Imagine you want to talk about the growth rate in financial year 23. Growth rate. You will talk about what was the GDP value in previous financial year 22. What has happened in the financial year 22, as a result of which either the GDP is very high or very, very low. That will have an impact on the GDP growth rate here. That is the base effect. Okay. So market prices also include the taxes which might affect prices, in turn GDP. Why did we shift from factor cost to market prices? I've told you the reason for it. I told you that United Nations has introduced a new system, that is systems of national accounts. And under the systems of national accounts, just to have parity, they have recommended we should have market prices to determine what is the GDP growth rate or GDP value. Most of the countries have adopted it. India has adopted right now. Okay, so next chapter, the concept of taxation. The idea of taxation, okay, concept of taxation, very, very important for civil services. Now, what will we be discussing? We'll start with basics of taxation. What are the different types of taxation systems? Okay, some of the types of taxes, for example, MAT, GAR, GST. What are the problems with the taxation system in India? What are the reforms which have been implemented? Then the concept of Laffer curve. If you're following the classes very carefully, you will realize that in some of the chapters, I'll be discussing certain graphs. Please focus on those graphs. Questions have been asked in prelims. For example, in inflation, I discussed Phillips curve. In taxation, I'll discuss a Laffer curve. In the introduction chapter, I've discussed the concept of supply and demand curve. Questions have been asked. Please be very, very careful. Now, let me start with the basics here. Let me start with the basics. What is this idea of a fiscal policy? Fiscal policy, first and foremost, refers to usage of taxation and expenditure to achieve certain objectives. I will repeat the statement here. I'll repeat the statement. What do you mean by fiscal policy? It is a policy, right? It's basically a measure wherein government uses the taxation as well as expenditure to achieve certain objectives. Sir, what do you mean by objectives here? Government will use a taxation policy to improve manufacturing in India. Government will use expenditure policy to achieve a reduction in the poverty numbers, to promote agriculture sector. These are the objectives. So taxation and expenditure can be used by the government to achieve certain objectives. That policy is referred as a fiscal policy. Now within that, one of the concept is what? Taxation. What is a tax here? Tax is a levy. Sir, what do you mean by levy? It is a charge. It is a levy or a charge that is imposed by the government on its nationals. I repeat, how do you define tax? A tax is a compulsory charge or a levy that is imposed by the government on its nationals. And when I use the term nationals here, do not say, sir, what does the term national mean? Does it include this, include that, etc., etc.? Simple. Government can impose the tax on companies. Government can impose a tax on individuals. Government can impose a tax on financial institutions. Government can impose a tax on investors as well. So government will have different types of taxes and will keep on imposing these taxes. Why? Because they want to achieve certain objectives. Now next point is, sir, why does government impose a tax in first place? Okay, why does government impose a tax in the first place? Simple. Government will impose a tax and collect a lot of money. Understand this? Government will impose a tax and collect a lot of money. When I discuss fiscal policy, I'll show you. Whenever government in 1 year will collect money, generally around 50 to 60% of that money is in the form of a tax. And that is relevant, that is very, very important. Why? Understand this carefully. How can government collect money for expenditure purposes? What are the different sources through which government will get money? Of course, for what purposes? To spend. One way is through imposition and collection of tax. Another way is selling of assets. Selling of assets. And the third way is borrowing. Okay? What are the different ways through which government will get money? One is impose and collect a tax. Second one is sell assets. Third one is borrow. Right? There are many other ways, but they do not generate a lot of money for government. These are the three very important sources. Now, if you sell the asset, can I give you a current affairs example? Air India. When I say selling of the asset, I'm basically talking about Air India. Government of India will sell companies. Government will sell Air India, it has already sold. Imagine in the future, government will also sell LIC, Life Insurance Corporation. In future, government will sell, let's say, Steel Authority of India Limited. Government will sell many of the companies which are owned, which are under the ownership of government. Technically, there is a term called as a disinvestment. Let me not introduce it now. When I take up industries, I will tell you what is a disinvestment, etc., etc. I will tell you all of it. Don't worry, don't panic now. So have a look at this. Government will sell the asset and get money. On the other side, that is the third option, government will borrow money. But the first one is the most important. The first one is the most important. Why? If the government will sell the asset, the companies which are there with the government will automatically go down. Is it okay? If the government starts selling these companies one after the other, how many companies are there with the government will automatically go down. That's a problem. Second, if government will borrow money, government has to repay the money along with interest. Any problem here? If government borrows money today, sir, from whom they can borrow? They can borrow from banks, they can borrow from us, they can borrow from World Bank, etc. But the term borrowing is very important here. From whom they borrow doesn't matter because they will have to repay the money along with interest. But look at the best part of tax. Look at the best type of revenue here, that is a tax. Government will impose, let's say, 10 rupee tax on you, collect 10 rupee. Will the government give it back? Think of it. Will the government return it to you? Absolutely no. Government can use it for whatever purposes, and best part is government doesn't have to give it back to you. So that's the reason, understand this carefully. Tax is a very, very important source of revenue for the government. And generally in 1 year, more than 50 to 60% of the total money collected by the government comes in the form of taxes, comes through the form of taxes. That is basically the idea of a tax and the need for a tax. Next one, the term tax base. You will often come across the term tax base. What is the term tax base? The object on which the government will impose a tax. The term tax base simply refers to the object on which the government will impose and collect a tax. Can I give you an example? If you are a salaried person, government will impose a tax on the income earned by you. Can I call this as an object on which government is imposing a tax and collecting it? Let me know. Right? Imagine, right? Understand this. Imagine you go to the market, purchase the bottle. Government will impose a tax on this also and collect. Best example, GST. Now, can I say this is nothing but an object, that is a sales, right? I'll generalize it. Sales done by a company, done in the market, it is also an object on which government will impose and collect taxes. Of course, yes. A company is there, company has earned profits, right? Company has earned profits, and that is income of the company. Government will impose a tax on the profits of the company and collect. That is also an object. So understand the logic here. Tax base refers to the object on which the government will impose a tax and collect the tax. Sir, why are you discussing all of it? I'll give you a statement now. Let me know whether the statement is correct or wrong. In order to collect more and more tax revenues, government may widen the tax base. I'll repeat the statement. Let me know. In order to collect more and more tax revenues, government may widen the tax base. If the government will widen the tax base, what does it mean? We have brought in more objects under the taxation now. And because we have brought more and more objects under taxation, automatically the government taxation will improve. The amount of taxes collected by the government will improve. So remember, this statement is used. Very often this statement is used. right? Sir, many of you will ask me, sir, how can you widen the tax base here? I'll give a very simple example. Even today, if you earn income on agriculture, if you have a source of income that is agriculture, government doesn't impose a tax on it. I hope you understand, right? And this is just a hypothetical example. Don't panic, right? Don't right, start tweeting, hey, look at this faculty, he is anti-national, etc. So argument is simple. Agriculture sector, it is one of the source of income for you. Government doesn't impose a tax on the income. Now, is it okay if I say, if government will start imposing a tax on the income from agriculture, it is as good as saying we are widening the tax base? Let me know, right? If the government will announce today, whatever income you are going to earn through agriculture now, I will impose a tax on it and I'll collect it. Is it not widening the tax base? Of course, yes. So there are different ways through which government will widen the tax base. But the objective is, if you widen the tax base, automatically the amount of taxes you are collecting will improve. Okay? So this is basically the definition of taxation. Let me go to the types of taxation. Let me cover this one. After this, we'll take a break. Okay, let me cover one type. After this, we'll take the break. First type of taxation system is direct taxes and indirect taxes. Okay, direct taxes and indirect taxes. Examples. Let me start with examples. Example of a direct tax is income tax, corporate tax, and property tax. Okay, income tax, corporate tax, right? What do you mean by corporate tax? The companies will earn profits. On the profits, the government will impose a tax and collect. And when I've written income tax here, I'm talking about individuals. Why I'm specifying all of it? There is a reason for it. There's a reason for it. Whenever you talk about Income Tax Act, understand this carefully. Whenever you talk about Income Tax Act, the Income Tax Act will cover individuals. Is it okay? The Income Tax Act will cover individuals. For example, you and me. How much is my income? It is covered under Income Tax Act. It also covers profits. Profits earned by, right? Profits earned by companies. Profits earned by companies. Okay, so argument is simple here. Income Tax Act 1961, it's a very, very big act. It's a very, very large piece of legislation. Right? You have earned income, government will impose a tax on it and get the tax under Income Tax Act. A company is earning profit, that is also imposed with the taxation under Income Tax Act itself. Right? Both are part of income tax only. Okay? So income tax imposed on individuals, or the income tax on the profits earned by the corporates, or the property tax. A simple question to all of you. In all these three cases, or let's take only one example here, you have earned income. You have earned income. Now, is it okay if I say the person who is earning the income is the same person who pays income tax? Let me know if you disagree with me. Right? The person who is earning the income is the same person who is paying the taxes. Sir, what about property taxes? Imagine I own a property, right? No need. Arey Baba, who says no need? There are two people who are saying no need to pay taxes. Don't do that. Right? Don't do that. Right? If you do that, imagine you are earning 10 lakh rupees, 20 lakh rupees and you don't pay taxes. The income tax officials will come to your home. Trust me, one or the other day they'll come to your home. Today you might escape, one day they will come to your home. Don't worry about it. Okay, so have a focus on this. Property tax. Imagine, right? Imagine I own a property. Imagine I own a property. I will pay taxes on it. To whom? Municipalities. To whom? Right? The state government. So property tax is paid by the person who owns the property. Okay, so income taxes, corporate taxes and property taxes are example of direct taxes. How do I define it? Give me a minute, I'll come to that. What is indirect tax? Let's start. What is indirect tax? Imagine I will go to the market and purchase a bottle. Okay, I'll go to the market and purchase the bottle. The government will impose a tax on the shopkeeper. Follow this carefully. Government will impose a tax on the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper will collect a tax from me and then give it to government. I'll repeat it again. And I'll give you one more example as well. I will go to the shop, purchase a bottle. Government will impose a tax on the shopkeeper. Government will tell the shopkeeper to pay, let's say bottle price is 100 rupee. The shopkeeper will be asked to pay by the government, let's say 5% of it. 5% of 100 means what? 5 rupees. I will go to the shop. Now the shopkeeper will transfer this 5 rupee burden, tax burden to me. That is, I will go to the shopkeeper, purchase the bottle and pay 105 rupees. Pay 105 rupees and purchase the bottle. Shopkeeper will get 100, that is 100 plus 5. Take the 5 rupees, transfer it to government. Now, why this example is relevant? Follow this carefully. Government has imposed the tax on the shopkeeper, but the shopkeeper has transferred the burden to the consumer. Is it okay? Right? The government of India has imposed the tax on the shopkeeper, but the shopkeeper has transferred the burden to me. Now, who is paying the tax? I am paying the tax. But who is transferring the tax to the government? It is the shopkeeper which is transferring the tax to the government. So look at two examples here. In this example, tax is imposed on the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper will collect it from me, transfer it to government. Whereas in income taxes, government will impose income tax on me. And who will pay the income tax to the government? Me. From my income, I'll pay the income tax to the government. Can you find difference in both the types of taxation? Can you find difference here? What is the difference? If I write this as a number 1, example 1 and example 2, in example 2, the tax burden is transferred. I repeat, in example 2, the tax burden is transferred. In example 1, tax burden is not transferred. I am supposed to pay the taxes. I will only pay the taxes. So whenever the taxes are imposed and collected from the same person, I repeat, whenever the taxes are imposed and collected from the same person, these are called as a direct tax. And whenever taxes are imposed on one, but the tax burden is transferred to somebody else, it is called as indirect tax. Any difficulty here? Any difficulty? Right? And some of you will get this only once. Right? And I know some of the students will ask me, sir, don't joke in the class. Come to the point. Right? Start. Why are you wasting my time? My dear, it could be easier for you. Somebody else might find it difficult. That's the reason I repeat. That's the reason I basically find out and say, you are making a mistake here. Don't do that. Right? Be concerned about others as well always. Okay. So direct tax and indirect tax. Direct tax means government will impose and collect it from the same person. The burden cannot be transferred. Indirect tax means the government will impose a tax on one, but they will transfer the burden to someone else and this person will pay the tax. So whenever the burden can be transferred like this, that is indirect taxes. Right? I'll give you hundreds of examples. All of you have been to restaurants? Restaurants, right? When you have gone to a restaurant, right, government will impose a tax on the restaurant. But the owner of the restaurant, when they will hand over the bill to you, they will add a tax to you people. They will collect the taxes from you. So the burden can be transferred, can be collected from someone else. It is indirect tax. If it cannot be transferred, right, the transfer is not allowed. They have imposed on you, from your pocket you will have to pay, that is a direct tax, right? So this is a basic idea for direct tax as well as indirect tax. Now let me go forward. Here. Direct taxes can differentiate between taxpayers. Understand the concepts carefully. Direct taxes can differentiate between taxpayers. Right? A statement is correct. Do not counter me. Right? Some of you are countering me. No, direct taxes can differentiate between taxpayers. Sir, what do you mean by that? Person A is earning income of 1 lakh rupees. Person B is earning income of 10 lakh rupees. Person C is earning income of 1 crore rupees. Government will not impose the same tax rate on all the three. It will be unfair. I repeat, Government of India will not impose the same tax rate on all the three. It becomes unfair tax. Why? If a person who is earning 1 crore rupee, right, the income is very high, they will have to pay more income tax. So what does the government do? Government will impose more taxes on people earning more income, less taxes on people earning less income. Now look at my statement. Direct taxes can differentiate between the taxpayers. Direct taxes can differentiate between the taxpayers. Can the indirect taxes do that? Can you use indirect taxes to differentiate between the taxpayers? No, you cannot use it. Indirect taxes are universal in nature. Indirect taxes are universal in nature. So what do you mean by this? Imagine A will go to the market, purchase the bottle, pay tax of 5 rupees. B will go to the market, purchase the bottle, pay same 5 rupee tax. C will go to the market, purchase the bottle, pay same 5 rupee tax. But how much is their income? Right? Their income is 1 lakh, 10 lakh, 1 crore rupee respectively. But are we imposing these taxes when they purchase a bottle based on their income? Absolutely no. Right? Income is not a criteria here. Price of the bottle is a criteria. Right? So understand this carefully. Indirect taxes cannot differentiate between people, cannot differentiate between taxpayers, whereas direct taxes can be used to differentiate taxpayers. Right? So that is very, very important. Why you will understand after the break when I take up the concept of progressive, regressive, etc., etc., etc. Okay? Done. Any doubts so far? Any doubts so far? Sir, will the government collect a tax on every object which is circulated in Indian market? Not necessary. Not necessary. Government will decide it. Government will decide it. For many of the commodities, tax rate is 0%. Right? Many of the commodities, government will decide it. What is VAT? I'll discuss that later. Don't worry. Sir, in this case, the shopkeeper is not paying the taxes. Of course, yes. In the example that I've given here, shopkeeper, imagine you'll go to the shop, you'll pay 105, inclusive of taxes. So that 5 rupee the shopkeeper has collected from you and has given it, right, has given it to the government. Shopkeeper doesn't pay the taxes, right? That is indirect taxes here. I'm not saying no tax will be paid by the shopkeeper. Of course, yes, if the shopkeeper earns a profit, they will have to pay taxes to the government. Okay? Okay, that's what I said. Shopkeeper will pay direct taxes. On the profit that they have earned, they will have to pay taxes. But I'm talking about indirect taxes here. What is, why, how direct taxes can differentiate? Okay. I said a person who is earning 1 lakh, in case of India, pays 0 rupees income taxes. A person who is earning 1 lakh rupees pays 0 rupee income taxes. A person earning, let's say, 1 crore rupee will not pay 0 rupees. The person will pay much, much higher than 0 rupees. Much, much higher. It could be 20 lakh rupees, it could be 30 lakh rupees, etc. So the argument is direct taxes can be used to differentiate between the taxpayers. The one who is earning more will end up paying more. The one who is earning less will end up paying very less. Okay. Whereas indirect taxes, they do not differentiate. They do not differentiate between, right, the taxpayers. Everybody will be imposed with the same tax rate. That is, whether you go to the market, I go to the market, or Mr. Mukesh Ambani goes to the market to purchase the bottle, all three of us will end up paying same rate of GST. Let's say 5 rupees. That's the reason I said indirect taxes are basically universal. Universal in the sense you cannot differentiate between the taxpayers. Okay, done. So these are certain concepts. Let's take a break now. Let me take the break. I'll start at 8:10. I'll write it correctly now. I'll start at 8:10 a.m. Right, please join back at 8:10. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Let's start. So types of taxation systems. One, we have discussed direct taxes and indirect taxes. Okay, what is a direct tax? Whenever the tax is imposed and collected from the same person, direct tax. Indirect taxes imposed on one person but collected from someone else. Collected in the sense actual payment of tax is done from someone else. That is the concept of indirect tax. Okay, so income tax, corporate tax, property tax are examples of direct taxes. VAT, excise, GST are example of indirect taxes. Now let me go to one more concept here: progressive, regressive, and proportional. Progressive, regressive, and proportional. Progressive simply means it's a taxation system or a policy of taxation wherein the amount of tax rate which is applied will automatically keep on increasing with the taxpayer's income. I'll repeat it. The tax rate which is applied automatically will keep on increasing with the change, or let's say with the rise in the income of the person. Any example of a progressive system of taxation? Income taxation in India. Individual income taxes in India. Okay, individual income taxes. Right, sir? How individual income taxes are progressive in nature? If you're going to earn, let's say, from 0 to 2.5 lakh rupees, I'll just take a simple example. Do not by heart it. UPSC will not ask you this. Do not waste your time. Do not waste your time. So 0 to 2.5 lakh rupees, it is 0% income taxes. 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh rupees, it is 5% income taxes. 5 to 10 lakh rupees, it is 20% income taxes. So now have a look at it. When the income of the person keeps on increasing, the amount of taxes which are imposed, the tax rate which is imposed, it is also increasing. This is the concept of progressive taxation system. Progressive taxation system. And whenever you have a progressive taxation system, it is considered good. Especially in income taxes, you should have progressive taxation system. Why? If people keep on earning higher amount of income, government should be able to impose more taxes and collect from them. Right? I hope you understand that. It makes perfect sense. If a person is earning 30 crore rupees, 2 crore rupees, 5 crore rupees, 80 lakh rupees, why shouldn't the government impose more tax rate on the person so that they'll be able to collect more amount of taxes and they will use more taxes for other purposes? For example, providing schools, providing for transportation purposes, healthcare, right, welfare, etc. So progressive taxation system, and this is going to work because in progressive taxation system, it is dependent on the capacity of the taxpayer. It is dependent upon the capability of the taxpayer. The person has more income means the person has capacity to pay more taxes. Right? That is the basic idea of a progressive taxation system. Let me come to the next one. Regressive taxation system. In regressive taxation system, the tax rate decreases with the rise in the income. Tax rate decreases with the rise in the income. Right? For example, let's take a simple example. Imagine your income is, let's say, 1 lakh rupees. I'll take a simple example. Right? Imagine your income is 1 lakh rupees and the tax rate is 10%. Your income is 10 lakh rupees. Right? Your tax rate applicable on you is, let's say, 9%. Now, don't you think from this situation to this situation, there has been a change in the income. There has been a rise in the income, but the tax rate applicable has become lower. That is a regressive taxation structure. Regressive taxation structure. And in case of any economy for that matter, and you can apply this to India, right? In case of any economy for that matter, indirect taxes are generally regressive. Indirect taxes are generally regressive in nature. Remember that statement. Indirect taxes are generally regressive. Why? Indirect taxes do not differentiate between the taxpayers. For example, I'll take the same bottle that I've taken earlier. Imagine you have the income 1 lakh rupees. You'll purchase the bottle. How much you'll pay taxes? Let's say 10 rupees. So 10 rupee out of 1 lakh rupees. I have an income of, let's say, more than 10 lakh rupees. How much tax will I pay on this bottle? Same 10 rupees. Mr. Right, let's say Mukesh Ambani has an income of, let's say, 30 lakh rupees or 30 crore rupees for that matter. How much tax will the person pay when they purchase the bottle? Again, same 10 rupees. So argument is simple here. The amount of income is changing. It is very, very high. But how much of the income you're actually paying the taxes? How much of the income you're actually paying in the form of taxation? Very, very small percentage of it you're paying in the form of indirect taxes. That is the reason indirect taxes are regressive in nature. Right? Indirect taxes are regressive in nature. Right? So remember, progressive means the tax rate applicable will keep on increasing with the change in the income. And regressive means the tax rate will keep on decreasing with change in the income, right? Regressive in nature. And the third one is proportional. What is this idea of a proportional tax? Whatever is your income, whatever is the tax base, it doesn't matter. The government will impose the same tax rate. I'll repeat the statement here. Whatever is the tax base, it doesn't matter. The tax base, whatever it is, 100 crore, 200 crore, 5 crore, 10 crore, doesn't matter. Government will impose the same tax rate. For example, in case of India, government has a corporate tax rate of 22%. Right? One example I'm saying. Corporate taxes, 3 rates are there in India. I hope you understand. Corporate taxes, 3 rates are there. What do you mean by corporate taxes? A company will earn a profit. On the profit, how much is the tax rate imposed by the government? So in case of corporates, there are 3 tax rates. But again, differences are there. Don't worry about it. You don't have to become a chartered accountant. For some of them, 15% is applicable. For some of them, 22% is applicable. And for some of them, 30% is applicable. Now, let's take a simple example, 22%. Imagine there are 2 companies, A and B. Imagine there are 2 companies, A and B. A is earning 100 crore rupees. B is earning 200 crore rupees. Now, on both of them, 22% tax rate is applicable. So, don't you think, irrespective of the tax base here, irrespective of the income, a constant rate of tax is applicable. That is called as a proportional taxation. That is referred to as a proportional taxation. Best example of a proportional taxation, understand this carefully. Whenever you change, right, corporate taxes. The best example is corporate taxes. That is 30% irrespective of your income. Irrespective of income, it is 30%. Right, 22%, irrespective of your income, it is 22%. Right, let's say 15%, irrespective of your income, that is a profit, it is 15%. So progressive, the tax rate will keep on increasing with higher income. Regressive, tax rates applicable will come down, right, as the income will increase. And the third one is proportional, tax rates irrespective of the income will remain same. Tax rates irrespective of the income will remain same. That is called as proportional. Okay, I've given examples here. Have a look at it. Right, and some of you are asking, sir, where it is present in Nitin Singhania? I don't think so. This classification is given in Nitin Singhania. Okay, so this is one more type of a taxation system. Any doubts here? Direct, indirect, progressive, regressive, and proportional. Okay, can I go to the next one? Can I go to the next one here? Third one is the concept of ad valorem and specific. Right? What is proportional tax? Proportional tax means irrespective of change in the income, the tax rate applicable will be 1. I'll repeat it again. Irrespective of the income, that is the tax base, if the tax rate applicable is the same for everyone, if it is same for everyone, It is called as proportional. Property tax burden is transferred to tenants. My dear, you are talking about a different concept altogether. Who told you that property taxes are transferred? You tell me. If I own this particular building, I am paying the property taxes. Property taxes are not transferred. Where have you seen it? Right? Because that is not transferable. Property taxes are not transferable. Sir, it is there in Nitin Singhania, page number 5.5. Okay, here is the answer for your question. Nitin Singhania, chapter 5, page number 5. Have a look at it. Have a look at it. It is there, it seems. Have a look at it. Okay. Anyways, then proportional taxes are also kind of a regressive taxes. That is where you generally enter into optional papers. Now, please understand this. I don't want to discuss all of this. That is what I'm going to discuss now. I don't want to discuss why it is not required for GS paper. There is a very thin line of difference between what is regressive and what is proportional. I'll tell you why. Now, there is a concept called as average rate and marginal rate. Is it needed for GS paper 3? Absolutely no. Take my word for it. Absolutely no. And in the GS paper books, you will not find it. There is a concept called as average rate and margin rates. Right? There is this idea of an average rate and margin rate. What is this average rate? How much is the average rate of tax applicable? Right? Average rate, all of you will understand. Total taxes paid divided by total income. Total taxes paid divided by total income. That is average. What is marginal tax rate? What is marginal tax rate? Additional tax divided by additional income. Additional tax divided by additional income. Right? That is marginal tax rate. Now, that's the reason I generally don't discuss all of this in a GS paper class. Why? These are all very technical in nature. Here is a corporate tax rate. Right? Let's imagine company A is there. They have earned 100 crore rupee tax. 100 crore rupee tax. Right? I'm sorry, 100 crore rupee profit. And tax rate is 22%. Now, have a look at this. Have a look at this. When it is 100 crore rupees, how much is the tax rate? 22%. So total taxes will be how much? 22 crore. Total income is how much? 100 crore. So what is the average tax rate here? 22%. Any difficulty? Average tax rate is how much? 22%. Come to the marginal tax rate here. Come to the marginal. Imagine the same company will increase its profits from 100 crore rupees to 200 crore rupees. Understand now. From 100 crore, it will increase to 200 crore rupees. So how much is additional income? Start substituting. How much is the additional income? 100 crore rupees. How much is the additional income? 100 crore. Now on the additional income, how much taxes will be paid by the company? How much taxes are paid by the company? 22 crore rupees. Any difficulty? Additional income of 100, 22% of it is 22. Now what is the marginal tax rate? What is a marginal tax rate here? What is a marginal tax rate? 22%. So whenever the average tax rate and marginal tax rates are one, same, that is called as proportional tax. That is referred to as proportional tax. Now, should you read about average and marginal tax rate for GS paper 3? Don't waste your time. Please do not waste your time. Despite saying multiple times that indirect taxes are regressive, please take it as regressive. You will not agree with me, right? Then I will give you calculation. I will show you calculation. Is it needed? Absolutely no. And many of you look at the calculation will have a heart attack. Now let me show it to you. Imagine a bottle is there. A bottle, tax rate on it is, let's say, 10 rupee. I'll take a simple number. Tax rate on it is 10 rupee. There are two people, person 1 and person 2. Okay, person 1 and person 2. Person 1 will purchase the bottle. Let's say income is 100. Income is 100. Person 2 will purchase the bottle. Right? Let's say first bottle when the income is 200 rupees. Second bottle when the income will become 300 rupees. Now have a look at this very carefully. What is the average tax rate here? What is the average tax rate? In case of person 1, average tax rate is simple, 10 divided by 100, that is 10%. 10 divided by 100, that is 10%. Come to the person 2. Come to the person 2. First bottle he will purchase when the income is 200. So average tax rate will be 10 divided by 200. That is how much? 5%. Is the logic okay? That is 5%. Now have a look at this. He'll purchase a second bottle. He'll purchase the second bottle. That is basically when the income is 300. So now you can use the same calculation. Average tax rate is 10 divided by 300. How much is, right, the average tax rate now? How much is the average tax rate now? 3%. Now, is the logic okay here? Is the logic okay? When the person is earning more and more income, the tax rate applicable on the person is actually going down. Any problem in this? In fact, they even calculate marginal tax rates. Is it needed for you? Absolutely no. I can use the same thing, calculate marginal tax rate as well. Marginal tax rate also you can calculate. But now is it okay if I say, as the person is earning more and more income, the tax rate applicable on the person is going down? Right, so that's the reason I said at least now take it as a granted, indirect taxes are regressive in nature. UPSC will not ask you this calculation, and in GS paper, any book, for example, somebody corrected me, sir, in Nitin Singhania, this is given. Just check whether they have given the calculation for marginal tax rate and average tax rate. They will not give it. Where will you get it? Optional books. So the argument is simple. Right? Whenever the incomes will keep on increasing, the tax rate applicable will keep on going down. That's the reason these are generally referred to as regressive in nature. Now, if you have understood, good. If you have not understood, will it harm you? Absolutely no. Absolutely no. UPSC will not test you here. Okay, let me go to the next one. Right, let me go to the next one. Ad valorem and specific taxes. Ad valorem and specific taxes. Right, ad valorem and specific taxes. Now, what is this ad valorem? Ad valorem tax are those taxes which are imposed on the value of the product. Right, I'll repeat it. Ad valorem are those taxes which are imposed on the value of the product. For example, GST. Take the example of GST. You will go to the market, you want to purchase this bottle. What is the price of the bottle? What is the market price? Market price is again inclusive of taxes, that's the reason. What is the price of the bottle? 100 rupee. Government will impose a 5% tax on the value of the bottle. Any problem here? Any problem here? Right, so in case of ad valorem, the taxes are imposed on the value of the product. Right, that's a precise reason these are referred to as ad valorem taxation. This is referred to as ad valorem taxation. Okay, any example of ad valorem taxation? Best example is excise duties that the government will impose. Earlier we had a VAT system, value added taxation, which has become a part of GST now. Right, so VAT, excise, etc. are examples of ad valorem. What about specific taxes? What about specific type of a taxation? Whenever the government will impose a tax based on physical characteristics of a product. I will repeat the statement. Whenever the government will impose a tax on physical characteristic. What do you mean by physical characteristic? I will give you a very simple example. Imagine government of India imposed a tax on the length of the bottle. Imagine, does government impose on the length of this bottle? No, value of the bottle. But imagine an example. I'll give you real-time examples, have patience. Imagine government of India imposed the tax on the length of the bottle. That is, let's say length of the bottle is 1 meter. I will impose a 50 rupee tax. Length of the bottle is, let's say more than 1 meter up to 2 meter. I will impose, right, let's say 100 rupee tax. So in this example, hypothetical example by the way, in this example that I've given here, can I say that the tax is connected to physical attribute of the product? Is it okay? Physical attribute of the product, that is, what is the length of the product, what is the height of the product, what is the volume of the product, etc., etc., etc. So whenever government will impose a tax on the physical characteristics of the product, such taxes are called as specific taxes. Any examples in India? Cars. Remember this. The best example is a car itself, right? The length of the car, that is a parameter in India. The length of the car, what is the length of the car? Based on that, government of India has a taxes, right? Is the logic okay? The length of the car. Can I give you one more example? Please do not write it in the exam. Cigarettes, tobacco product, cigarettes. Even on cigarettes, based on the length of the cigarettes, government has the practice of imposing taxation. So whenever government will impose a tax on the physical attributes of the product, that is length, height, volume, etc., these are referred to as specific taxes. These are referred to as specific taxes. And these are also referred to as per unit taxes. Okay, these are also referred to as per unit taxation. Why? Because we are focused on unit of measurement. Right? We are worried about unit of measurement. I'll give you one more current affairs example. Follow this carefully. Central government imposes taxes on fuels. All of you know this? Central government along with the state government, even the state government imposes taxes on fuels. So central government imposes taxes on fuels. Sir, what is a fuel? Petrol. Now look at the next point here. The tax that is imposed by the government, central government, on petrol is based on per liter. Understand this carefully. The tax that is imposed by the central government on the fuel, that is petrol, it is per liter. What is the meaning of it? For every liter, let's say government will impose 10 rupee tax. Is it okay? For every liter, the government will impose a 10 rupee tax. Can I call this central government tax on petrol as a specific tax or not? Let me know. Right? I'll repeat it again. Central government will impose a tax on fuels, petrol and diesel. Even the state governments do. But the central government will calculate the tax like this. For every liter that you purchase, you pay 10 rupee tax. Is it not a specific tax? Of course, yes, it is a specific tax. It is a specific tax because it is on quantity of the product. It is on volume of the product. That's the reason. Please be very careful. Please be very careful. Some of you generally try to make generalizations everywhere. Do not make generalizations. For example, imagine government of India will impose excise duty on a product. Excise duty on a product, right? That is, let's say product value is 100 rupee. Government will impose a 10% excise duty on this product. 10% of what? 10% of 100. This is nothing but ad valorem tax, right? This is nothing but ad valorem tax. Whereas if you talk about, let's say, the fuel taxation, if you talk about the fuel taxation, understand this carefully, the fuel taxes are per unit. Fuel taxes are per liter. That is also excise, by the way. The central government tax on fuels is also excise. So understand the logic here. Central government taxes on fuels are excise duties on fuels. Excise duty or excise tax on petrol. Now have a look at this very carefully. You will come across the term excise. And because I have written excise duties under ad valorem, you will believe that all the excise duties are ad valorem. I hope you understand. Right? Because you are looking at excise duties as an example of ad valorem, you tend to believe that all excise duties are ad valorem. Of course, no. The difference is what? The difference is whether the excise that is being imposed, it is imposed on the value of the product, or let's say volume or quantity of the product. If it is imposed on the value of the product, by default it will become ad valorem, and if it is imposed on the quantity of the product, it will by default become specific duty. Any difficulty? Any difficulty regarding this? Please do let me know. Right? Any difficulty regarding this? Sir, can it be called as product tax? My dear, ad valorem is also product tax only. It is also imposed on a product only. Specific is also imposed on a product only. But the difference is simple. Look at the context. Look at the context. What is excise duty? Excise duty is imposed on production. Government imposes a tax which is called as excise. Excise is imposed on production. Okay. So the context is important here. Don't generalize everything. If you generalize everything, you'll make a mistake. Right? Argument is, where are you applying it? Where are you applying it? If you apply on value of the bottle is 100. If you apply on this, it is ad valorem. But if you apply on length of the bottle, that becomes specific duty. Okay? Right? So ad valorem and specific. Ad valorem as well as specific. Right? These are again two simple examples. Please be very, very careful. Okay. Now, types of taxation system. Next one is surcharge and cess. Okay. Next one is surcharge and cess. Now, first and foremost, both surcharge and cesses are both a type of taxes. Both are type of taxes. Now, what is the idea for surcharge and cess? Let me give you, or let me start with one concept. We'll come back to surcharge and cess. Follow this carefully. Central government has been given the right by Constitution of India, and I'll not discuss this when I take a finance commission. Focus now, focus first, then question later. Focus first. Central government under the Constitution of India has been given the power to impose and collect a lot of taxes. Central government. Sir, only center has the power? Of course no. Certain powers are also given to states. Right? Certain powers are also given to state. I'm pretty sure all of you have finished your polity classes. You will come across Schedule 7. Is the logic okay? You will come across Schedule 7. Don't have a heart attack now. I will not discuss Schedule 7. Under Schedule 7, the Constitution of India divides the powers between the center and the state. And one of the power is a taxation. And the most important taxes have been given to central government. For example, corporate income taxes, individual income taxes, right? Import taxes, etc., etc., etc. Now have a look at this. Central government will impose and collect all of these taxes. And these are very, very important taxes. Can I call this as pan-India taxes? Pan-India taxes. Pan-India means what? Throughout India. Right? For example, import comes into India. Any part of India, import will come. Who has the right to impose and collect taxes on it? Center. Throughout India, people will earn income. Who has the right to decide what is the income tax? Center again. So the argument is simple. All of these, many of you are telling me about schedules. Don't worry. If you know that, I'm very happy. I'm very happy if you know about it. So these kind of pan-India taxes are given to the center. They can impose and collect. But only if the central government will start utilizing all of these funds. Don't you think states will be starving for funds? States will not have sufficient amount of money for their purposes. Now, what do we have? We have a system. Have a look at this. We have a system of divisible pool of taxes. We have a concept called as divisible pool of taxes. What is this divisible pool of taxes? All the taxes which are imposed and collected by the center are kept here. Simple. All the taxes which are imposed and collected by the center are kept in the divisible pool of taxes. Now, what is the use of the divisible pool of taxes? Now, there is a commission, constitutional body, which is referred to as a finance commission. Do not worry about Finance Commission. I will cover it separately, but I will not cover this concept later. There is a Finance Commission which is appointed by the President of India once every 5 years. This Finance Commission will give recommendation how much of this divisible pool of taxes should be going to the central government, how much of it should be going to the states. Is it okay now? Right, here is a central government. Most of the important taxes are given to the center. They will impose, they will collect, but only they cannot use it. Part of it should go to states as well. So we appoint Finance Commission, which will provide recommendation how much part of the divisible pool should be going to the center, how much should be going to the states. Now that is point number 1. Now why I am discussing all of this in the context of taxation? Simple. Whenever you talk about divisible pool of taxes, the cesses and surcharges which are imposed and collected by the central government are not a part of divisible pool. I'll repeat it. The cesses and surcharges which are imposed and collected are not a part of divisible pool, which means these are imposed by the center, collected by the center, and who can use completely the amount of cesses and surcharges? It can be used completely by the central government. Now what if the central government wants to give part of it to states? Of course they can give, but it is not a compulsion. It's not a compulsion on the center to give these cesses. It is an option. But if the center doesn't want to give it, nobody can force the central government to give it. Right? So cesses and surcharges are imposed, collected, but are not part of divisible pool of taxes, may be used completely by the central government. Now question arises, what do you mean by cesses and surcharges? Let me start with the latter one. Cesses are those charges, type of taxes which are imposed and collected to achieve a certain objective. I'll repeat it. Cesses are those types of charges or taxes which are imposed and collected by the government to achieve certain objective. Right? What is this objective? Objective is, let's say, education. Objective is, let's say, education. Objective is health care, etc. So Government of India wants to provide or develop infrastructure for education, but they need money for it. They want to provide infrastructure for providing health care. They need money for it. So what government will do is, they will impose cesses, right? For example, healthcare and education cess. They will collect it, and the center will now utilize this for development of education, development of healthcare. Any difficulty in understanding it? So I'll repeat it again. Cess is a type of a tax or a levy or a charge that is imposed and collected for a specific purpose. Only for this purpose they are supposed to use it. Is it okay? Only for this purpose. What do you mean by this? Imagine government has collected 100 rupees for education cess. Under education cess, they have collected 100 rupees. Can they use the 100 rupees to provide, let's say, subsidy for farmers? Think of it. Can they use that 100 rupees to construct a road? Answer is no, because the context of imposition and collection was education. Government said, I want to collect this money for promotion of education. How can they use it for any other purposes? It is not allowed. They will have to use it now only for educational purposes. Okay? Imagine government will impose and collect healthcare cess. Can they use it for any other purposes? No, they will have to use it only for healthcare purposes. And when government will implement all of this, understand the next point as well. When the government will implement this education cess, healthcare cess, etc., first government will introduce a bill in the parliament. Right? For example, during the budget, they will introduce a bill in the parliament, and after the approval is given, now they will start imposing and collecting these assesses. So how they will collect? Different ways are there. Different ways are there. For example, government might simply impose certain type of cesses when I purchase a product in the market. Earlier it was there, by the way. Right? For example, when I purchase, let's say, let's say I went to a hotel, restaurant, I consumed something. Earlier, right, government used to impose Swachh Bharat cess. Right, government used to impose Krishi Kalyana cess. Now, of course, the cesses are not very famous because the cesses have been subsumed, have been brought as a part of GST itself. They have been subsumed under the idea of GST itself. So just like a tax, these can be imposed whenever you consume, whenever you purchase, whenever you buy in the market, and government will be able to collect the money, use it for specific purposes. Use it for specific purposes. That is cess. What about the surcharge? What about the idea of surcharge? Surcharge is an additional tax. Underline the term additional. Surcharge is an additional tax, and that is levied over the existing taxation. Additional means already a tax is there. In addition to this, one more tax is imposed. And understand this, these are imposed in order to reduce inequality. I'll repeat the statement here. Right? These are imposed and collected in order to reduce inequality in the market. Sir, what do you mean by this? Let me give you a simple example. Imagine person A is earning 10 lakh rupee income. Person A is earning how much? 10 lakh rupee income. There is person B who is earning 50 lakh rupee income, and full 10 lakh, 50 lakh is taxable. Now, simple question to you, let's say 10% tax is imposed on person A, and let's say 30% tax is imposed on person B. Is it progressive? Of course, yes. I hope you understand this. 10 rupee tax is imposed on person A, 30% on person B. Is it progressive? Of course, yes. But look at the second question here. Don't you think B has much more capacity to pay more taxes? Whatever taxes they are going to pay, B will pay certain amount of taxes. But can I say B has a much higher capacity to pay the taxes? For example, don't correct me here. I know some of you are from economics background. You will try to tell me, sir, slab is there, etc. is there, etc. is there. Others who are not from economics background, do not even worry about the term slab here. Leave it, ignore it. Let's assume a flat rate of 10% and 30%. Flat rate. So 10% of 1 lakh will be, 10 lakh will be how much? 1 lakh. And 30% of 50 lakh will be how much? 15 lakh. Again, I know this is not how income tax is calculated. I know that. Please don't correct me. I know that. But government says, even now, person B can pay more taxes. Right? Person B has the capacity to pay more taxes. So already person B is paying how much? 30% income tax. In addition to 30% income tax, I will collect additional tax. I will collect more taxes from the person. This is a surcharge. Is it okay? This additional tax which is imposed and collected in addition to the existing tax, this is called as surcharge. Sir, why is the government imposing surcharge? Simple, because the person B has a much higher capacity to pay the taxes. Now, can I simply say, I'll give you one more addition here. Think of it. Imagine there is person C. Person C has an income of 5 crore rupees. 5 crore rupees. And the tax rate is 30%. And let's say the person will pay 1.5 crore rupees in the form of income taxes. Again, flat rate of tax. Don't you think person C should be paying much more than 1.5 crore here? Why? The person C has more capacity to pay taxes. So what government will do here is, anyways they will collect 1.5 crore, but in addition to that, they will impose more taxes. That is called as surcharge. And it is done in order to reduce inequality in the system. A has a very low income compared to B. Income inequality is very high. I want to reduce this particular income inequality. Right? I want to reduce the income inequality in the system. That is the reason surcharges are imposed. What is rate of tax? My goodness, right? If you ask me what is rate of a tax, right? There is a tax base on which the government will impose a tax, and that is called as rate of a tax. All of this did we not discuss earlier? All of this did we not discuss in the beginning? Tax base is there. On the tax base such as income, right, a tax is applicable, that is tax rate. Okay, anyways, surcharge, right? Surcharge is basically an additional tax. Okay, surcharge is additional tax which are imposed and collected, in order to earn more money, and second, reduce income inequality. And the third important point here is both surcharges and cesses. Okay, right? Both surcharges and cesses are not counted as a part of divisible pool. These will go to the center. Center can utilize it, right, in the way they want it. Okay, right? Apart from this, surcharges are generally permanent in nature. Permanent means they will keep on implementing surcharges. Because is it okay if I say whether we are in 2023, 2030, 2050 or 2100, there is going to be income inequality, right? I hope you understand. In India, whether we are in 2100 or 2050, 2040, doesn't matter, there is going to be income inequality. And when there is income inequality, it means there are few people who are earning very, very high amount of income. Government will keep on imposing surcharges on them and they will keep on collecting it. Right, so surcharges are more, right, permanent in nature, whereas cesses, right, are temporary. Why? Once you achieve, let's say, 100% literacy in India, once you have 100% literacy, is there a need for education cess? Right, just think of it. You have achieved 100% literacy, right? Is there a need for education cess? No. So these are temporary in nature. Surcharges are permanent in nature. Okay, done. Can I go to the next one now? Can I go to the next one? Anti-dumping, countervailing and safeguard duties. Right? Anti-dumping, countervailing and safeguard duties. Okay, now idea of anti-dumping, countervailing, safeguard duties, all the three are implemented by one authority called as DGTR. Remember this. Let me start with the last point. Anti-dumping, countervailing and safeguard duties are implemented by an authority called as DGTR, Director General for Trade Remedies, which functions under Ministry of Commerce. But what is this idea? What is the idea of anti-dumping, countervailing and safeguarding? First and foremost, can everybody see the picture here? Right, let me start with basic English. Can everybody see the picture in the slide? And in the picture, can you see three colors? Can you see three different colors? That is color 1, color 2 and color 3. I'll explain it. But why I'm telling you all of this is there is a reason. Please follow the discussion. All the three types of taxes are different. And that is a precise reason why I'm using three different colors. Right? All the three taxes are different. Look at the background where they are imposed. That's very, very important. Look at the background. Look at the context. Focus on it. All the three types of taxes are different. Now, let me start. With this caveat, let me start. First one is anti-dumping. Now, what is a dumping here? Let me start with the dumping. Then we'll come back to anti-dumping. Now, imagine I'm a manufacturer in China. It's simple. I'm a manufacturer in China. You are a manufacturer in India. I will manufacture this bottle to the rest of the world. To the rest of the world. That is, I'll export to all the other countries in the world at, let's say, 100 rupees. I will export it to the rest of the world at 100 rupees. But when I will export to India, I will not export it at 100, I will export it at 95 rupees. Is the logic okay here? I'll repeat it. When I will export it to rest of the world, I will export it at, right, let's say 100 rupees. But when I will export to India, not at 100, 95, I will reduce the price of the product. I will suppress. Suppress means reduce the price of the product. Now, when the bottle will come to India at 95, you also have manufactured the bottle, but the price of that bottle is, let's say, 100 rupees. A simple question to you people, will my bottle sales will be higher or your bottle sales will be higher? Think of it. Simple. Think of it. Right? Will your bottle sell more or my bottle sell more? Right? That is, my bottles will be selling more. Two of you are saying, no, sir. Right? It is the domestic bottle, not yours. My dear, 95 and 100. Right? It's very simple. 95 and 100. So your bottles are costing 100. My bottles are costing 95. So my bottles are comparatively cheaper. So my sales will be higher. Your sales will be affected. But look at the next point now. Look at the next point. Why is my bottle cheaper? Why is my bottle cheaper? Because I have suppressed the prices. I have reduced the prices. In rest of the world, I'm selling it at 100, but when I export it to India, I've reduced the prices purposely. Purposely, I've reduced the prices. Why? Why have I reduced the prices? In order to ensure that my bottle will become cheaper in India. And because now the bottle is cheaper in India, will I not keep on exporting more and more bottles to India now? Is it okay? Will I keep on exporting more and more bottles to India? Of course, the answer is yes. If I sell the bottles, what will happen to your sales? Your sales will go down. Now, this practice, follow this practice where artificially prices are suppressed and exported, this is called as dumping. Any difficulty? Please do let me know now. Right? What is dumping? The practice where prices are reduced and more exports are dumped. Dumped means sent to one country. This is called as a dumping activity. Now, should the government of India keep quiet here? Should government of India not interfere? Should government of India not take any action against it? Of course, yes. So what government of India now does is, they will investigate and they will find that there is a dumping activity. They will investigate and they will find that there is a dumping activity. Now, once the dumping activity is established, government will impose a tax which is called as anti-dumping duty. I'll repeat it. The investigation is conducted. Government knows that there is a dumping activity that is happening. Should they allow it to continue? If they allow it to continue, you will have to close your company. Right? The domestic companies will not be able to compete. So they will be incurring losses. So what the government will do? Government, when I will export to India now, will identify this bottle, say this is being dumped in India, and they will have the survey to prove that. They will impose more taxes on this bottle to increase the price of the bottle. This is basically the concept of anti-dumping duty. Okay, anti-dumping duty. Come to the second point. Countervailing duty. Idea of countervailing duty. Now, follow this carefully. Imagine I'm purchasing a raw material to manufacture the bottle. I'm still in China only. Still in China. Remember examples, very easier for you to remember the concepts. I'm still in China. You are an Indian manufacturer. Okay. I will purchase a raw material. I will produce this good in China. Government of China is very happy with me. They will give me a subsidy of 10 rupees. Follow this. They will give me a subsidy of 10 rupees. Now you tell me, if I receive a subsidy of 10 rupees from the government of China, will the price of the bottle go down or not? I hope you understand. If I receive a subsidy from the government, will the price of the bottle go down or not? Imagine the price was actually 100. Now government will give me a subsidy of 10 rupee. Price of the bottle automatically will go down to 90 rupees now, because I am receiving money 10 rupee from the government. Now you are in India. You are in India. Either you have not received any subsidy from the government, or you have received, but even then cost of the bottle is 95. So my bottle 90, You have manufactured a bottle in India, 95. I will export more to India or not? Is the logic okay? Will I be able to export more of these bottles to India or not? Right? Of course, yes. Because your bottles are worth 95, my bottles are worth 90 rupees. These are cheaper. I will keep on exporting bottles. Now come to the point here. Come to the point. Why is my bottle cheaper compared to your bottle? Why is my bottle cheaper? Because I'm getting subsidy from the government. Is it okay? Because I'm getting subsidy from the government. So government of India will identify it, impose a tax now, which is called as countervailing duty. Impose a tax now, countervailing duty. Right? Now, can I call this countervailing duty as a anti-subsidy duty? Is it okay? Right? Can I call this countervailing duty as anti-subsidy duty? Any difficulty here? Please understand the concept. Once you understand the concept, it becomes very easy. Right? So I am in China. I have received a subsidy from the Chinese government. As a result of this, Arey Baba, follow the explanation. No? Follow the example. Despite doing all of this circus, you are not following. I'm saying I'm in China. You're asking me which government is giving you subsidy. What is the logic here? Follow the example. I am in China. I am manufacturing the bottle. I am getting subsidy from the Chinese government. And as a result of this, this bottle has become cheaper in India. Right? Why will the government of India allow it to happen? Because if they allow it to happen, what will happen to domestic manufacturers in India? Domestic manufacturers will not be able to compete. They will incur losses. So government of India now will say, because I have received a subsidy from the Chinese government, government of India, when I will export the bottle, will impose a tax on the bottle. That is called as countervailing duty. Right? Now, is there a difference between anti-dumping and countervailing? All of you will agree? Is there a difference between anti-dumping and countervailing? Don't say both are one and the same. Then you have not listened to what I've discussed. Okay, third one, safeguard duty. Third one is safeguard duty. Now, what is this idea of a safeguard duty? Right? Imagine I'm in China again. I've not got any subsidy, but the technology I'm using is right superior. Is it okay? Right? The technology I'm using is superior. The kind of technology I'm using, I'm able to get access to cheaper raw materials, etc. A simple question to you, compared to you, I'm using a better technology. Compared to you, I am able to get access to raw materials at cheaper cost. Can I say the bottle that I manufacture will be much more competitive compared to the bottles that you have manufactured in India? Is it okay? Right? Is the argument okay? I have a better technology. I've got access to cheaper labor, cheaper raw material, etc. You also have produced in India. I have produced in China. But because of all of these factors, my bottle is much more cheaper, much more competitive compared to your bottle. Now, as a result of this, what will happen? Don't you think suddenly, right? Suddenly, lot of exports will start flowing from China to India. Let me know. Right? Because of this competitiveness, right? Don't you think suddenly lot of imports will start coming from China to India? Will it not happen? Of course it will happen. Right? Why? In China, the products are much more cheaper. They are able to get access to better technology compared to us. So they will start exporting more and more to India. Suddenly the imports into India will rise up. Government of India will look at it. Should government of India allow this to continue? Think of it. Should government of India allow this to continue? If these imports will keep on coming into India, what about domestic manufacturers then? Right? Domestic manufacturers will not be able to compete. Now, please understand, in that context, government will impose a duty which is called as a safeguard duty. In this context, government will impose a tax which is called as a safeguard duty. Right? Why safeguard duty? Because the exports which are coming from another country are more competitive. They are not suppressing prices. They are not getting subsidy, etc. They are anyways more competitive to compare to the goods which are produced in India. And because these are much more competitive, if I don't safeguard my domestic market, if I do not protect my domestic market, automatically imports will keep on happening, imports will keep on rising up, domestic companies will never be able to compete with them. Right? For certain time period, government will impose a tax which is called as a safeguard duty. Right? So one, against dumping activity, anti-dumping. Against subsidy given by the exporting government, countervailing. In order to protect the domestic company against a rise in the imports, which are naturally competitive, safeguard duty. Right? So these three types of taxes are imposed by the government, definition, etc. I've given all of them here itself. Have a look at it. And who will impose all of these? Who will basically administer all of these taxes? These are administered. Administered means the implementation and collection is done by DGTR, Director General for Trade Remedies, which functions under Ministry of Commerce. Right? So these are the different types of taxation systems. Can I go to the next now? Can I go to the next now? Right. So we have discussed the direct, indirect, progressive, regressive, proportional. Right. Subsidies, countervailing and anti-dumping. Right. Surcharges, cesses, ad valorem and specific. Right. These are various types of taxation systems that you can come across. Let me go forward. Taxes are divided into two parts, direct and indirect. There are hundreds of taxes on both the sides. Right? I hope you understand. There are hundreds of taxes on both the sides. And many of the books I've seen, right, you have a lot of information on all of these taxes. For UPSC, understand this. For UPSC, you don't have to read all those taxes. Trust me when I say this. If you don't trust me, please look at the previous question papers. You will understand it. UPSC will test you in concepts here. Second, any tax which is there in the newspaper, they will test you there. Can I give an example? GST, Goods and Services Tax. Please pick up the last 5 years question papers, both prelims and mains. Check how many questions have come on GST. Please check. You'll only realize it. Because many of you will say, sir, I came across a tax called as Security Transaction Tax. Teach me about it. Then I'll tell you there are 100 more taxes. Should you learn about all of it? You're simply wasting your time. In fact, understand this. Under GST, 40 types of taxes and cesses have been subsumed. Subsumed means all of them have been brought under GST. Simple. Right? There are more than 40 types of cesses and taxes which have been brought under GST. Should you learn about 40 taxes? You're simply wasting your time. You're simply wasting your time. So hundreds of taxes are there. You don't have to read all of them. Focus on the important ones. Focus on important ones, but focus on the concepts there. Okay, with this caveat, let me start. Direct taxes, right? The income taxes first. What do you mean by income tax? Income earned by the person or a company is imposed with the taxation by the government, and the taxes are collected. In case of India, to deal with income taxes, we have Income Tax Act of 1961. Okay, we have Income Tax Act of 1961. Okay. Now, before 1961, the earlier Income Tax Act that was basically implemented from 1880. And after independence, we realized that, okay, this is a very, very old piece of law. We have restructured, rewritten the law, and right now, Income Tax Act of 1961 provisions are applicable in India. In fact, please understand this. Already I've mentioned this. Income Tax Act will cover individuals, companies, right? Let's say even the public. I'm sorry, the family units, etc., etc. Right? Lot of types of taxpayers are covered under Income Tax Act. Should you read about everything? Please don't worry. Focus on two aspects here. One is individual income taxes. Second one is a corporate tax. Individual income taxes. Second one is a corporate tax. What is an individual income tax here? I am a salaried person. I have certain source of income. You are a salaried person. You have a source of income. So on me, on you, on everybody in India, whoever is earning income like this, government will impose a tax and collect the tax, that is individual income taxes. That is individual income taxes. But apart from this, government will also impose a tax on the profits earned by the companies. I repeat, apart from this, government will also impose a tax on profits earned by the companies and collect a tax on this, which is referred to as a corporate tax. Like, for example, I told you earlier, in case of India, we have right now 30% corporate taxes. Some of the companies, in fact, most of the companies are still paying the taxes at 30%. We also have one more option, 22%. I'll come to this, just give me some time. 22%. And we also have one more option now, 15%. Now, what is this 22% and 15%? When 30% is already there, many of you will ask me, sir, if there is an option of paying corporate taxes at 15%, why will I choose 30%? Why will I pay at 30%? Very valid question. Argument is, it's not given, this option of paying at 15% is not given to everyone in India. For example, imagine you are setting up a manufacturing facility. You're setting up a manufacturing facility, production facility. Government says, if you start manufacturing in the next 1 year, in fact, in the budget, it has been announced now. If you start producing the goods by the end of the next 1 year, I will allow you to pay corporate taxes at 15%. So I hope you understand, this facility is not available to everyone in India. Only for some of these entities or companies, in order to promote investment, new investment, in order to promote establishing of new companies and to promote manufacturing, government might use the policy. What about the 30% and 22%? Some of you will say, in that case, sir, okay, 15% is not applicable. I'm already there in the business. So I will take 22%. Why? Why should I pay 30%? I'll give a simple example. Whenever you're talking about taxation, income taxes, that is companies taxes or even individual taxes, understand this carefully. If a person earns 5 lakh rupees, if a person is earning 5 lakh, all the 5 lakh rupees is not taxable. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. If a person is earning 5 lakh rupees, all the 5 lakh rupees is not taxable. This is simply income of the person. Now, I'll give you an idea here. Please do not by heart it. UPSC doesn't test you here. The argument is 5 lakh rupees is not taxable. Should not be taxable, by the way. Why? I'll tell you. Under Income Tax Act, there is a section called as ATC. Is it okay? Under Income Tax Act, there is a section called as ATC. For example, you have taken a housing loan. You're paying interest on it. You're repaying the principal on it. Certain deduction is allowed. You have invested in public provident fund. Certain deduction is allowed. Right? So there are a lot of these exemptions plus deductions which are allowed to the taxpayers. Even there is a section 80D under which contribution to NPS, it is exempted. There is section 24 where certain amount of interest that you have paid above certain limit, you can claim it as a deduction under section 24. But for UPSC, don't worry. These sections are not needed for UPSC. Argument is, should I impose a tax on full 5 lakh rupees and collect it? No. What government tells you is, you have invested somewhere and I will allow exemptions and deductions on these investments, deduct it. Reduce the amount. Let's say 1 lakh rupees. You have made an investment of 1 lakh rupees in the PPF, Public Provident Fund. Now don't start running behind public provident fund. Not needed. You have repaid a loan on the house. So let's say 1 lakh rupees. So what will happen? Out of 5 lakh rupees, 1 lakh rupee will be deducted now. How much is left out? 4 lakh rupees. How much is left out? 4 lakh. Now should I simply impose a tax on full 4 lakh? Can I calculate on full 4 lakh? Again, no. Out of 4 lakh, first 2.5 lakh. The tax rate is how much? 0%. And after 2.5 lakh rupees, how much is left out? 1.5 lakh rupees. After 2.5 lakh, how much is left out? 1.5. On the 1.5 lakh rupees, 5% is applicable. Right? 5% is applicable. But what do you need to understand? First, total income doesn't attract taxes. Certain exemptions are there, certain deductions are allowed. And after you adjust for all of this, I will refer to the 4 lakh as a taxable income. I will refer to this 4 lakh as a taxable income. On this taxable income, right, I will impose a taxes now. On the taxable income or net income after deducting the exemptions, deductions, etc., whatever is the net taxable income, on this I will impose the taxes. Done? Now if you have understood this, good. Is it needed for UPSC? Absolutely no. Do not take time and start by hearting this calculation. UPSC will never ask you this. Trust me. If you want to write a chartered accountant exam, you will need all of it. If you want to become a company secretary, you will require all the provisions of Companies Act. But for civil services, not at all needed. The basic idea is sufficient. Now come back to this here. Why 30% and 22%? I'm coming to that now. Okay, why 30% and 22%? If you want to claim deductions, I repeat, as a company, if you want to claim deductions, then you are asked to pay the corporate taxes at 30%. But as a company, if you do not want to claim any deductions, any kind of an exemption, deduction you do not want to claim, then you can pay the taxes at 22%. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Do not worry about this calculation. Do not worry, right? I don't understand that. Why don't you understand when I say this is not needed? So don't worry. If you have not understood, leave it. It's not needed for UPSC. Focus on this. Okay, have a look at this. The corporate taxes, I said there are 3 rates. 30%, 22% and 15%. Many of you will ask me, sir, I will pay 15%. Why should I pay 22? Then the government says 15% is not applicable to everyone. Those who are manufacturing in the next 1 year, they can pay at 15%. Now question is, why 30%, sir? I'll pay 22%. Then the government says, under the Income Tax Act and Companies Act, lot of deductions, exemptions are available to you. If you want to claim deductions, then pay 30% corporate taxes. If you do not want to claim any deductions or exemptions, now you can pay at 22%. Earlier only one rate was there, 30%. Now we have 22% as well. But when the government introduced the concept of, the lower tax rate, that is 22%, there was a lot of discussion. Is this 22% tax rate beneficial or not? And there are 2 people who say, sir, the Nitin Singhania book has a better chart for taxation. It's useless. When I say this, trust me, you don't buy heart that chart. Right? Trust me when I say this, it's useless. I know some of you will never trust me whatever happens. But UPSC will never ask that chart. Right? You're simply wasting your time. Okay, come to this. 22%. Right? When government introduced this model of 22% taxation, now there was a discussion. Should we have this 22% or not? Right? Why? What is the issue here? Let's start. Have a look at this. When government, rather than having only one tax rate of 30%, will reduce the tax rate to 22%, the objective was it will attract a lot of investment. Right? It will attract a lot of investment. Why? Imagine you're a manufacturer in your country. In your country, the tax rate is let's say 32%. You're already there in a country. The tax rate is 32%. Now, government of India says, pay tax rate at 22%. Right? As an investor, would you not be interested in investing in India? Just think of it. If the corporate tax rate is reduced from 30% to 22%, one more option is there for you. Will the foreign investors, will they not be interested in investing in India? Of course, the answer is yes. In fact, many of these companies were actually demanding it. They were saying US has reduced the tax rate. Many other countries have reduced the tax rate. But in case of India, tax rate is 30%. Very high for us. Government said, okay, I will give you a lower tax rate, 22%. But I will not give you any exemptions. Right? So that was one reason. Right? So it would attract a lot of investments in India. Second, this has been a demand from a lot of the companies in India. Lot of companies. Lot of corporates have been demanding that the tax rate should be lowered. It is comparatively very high, right? Compared to, let's say, USA, compared to other countries. Third one, it will promote ease of doing business. It will promote ease of doing business. What is this ease of doing business? Any policy of the government, any measure, any policy of the government which will make it easier for conducting business in India, it is referred to as ease of doing business. I'll repeat it, understand this carefully. Any policy, any action, any measure that the government of India takes, or even the state governments will take, which will make it easier for companies to do business in India, it is called as ease of doing business. Sir, how do you prove ease of doing business is there in India? Imagine you're a manufacturer. Imagine you're a manufacturer. You are selling the bottle. You are selling this particular bottle in, let's say, 3 states. A, B, and C. I'll give you 2 examples here. Example 1, when you sell the bottle in state A, tax rate is 10%. State B, tax rate is 13%. And state C, tax rate is 5%. That is example 1. Example 2, selling the same bottle, tax rate is 10%, 10%, and 10%. As a manufacturer, you tell me which is more easier for you. Think of it. Right? Example 1, 10%, 13%, and 5%. Example 2, 10%, 10%, 10%. As a manufacturer, which of the taxation policy is good for you? Answer is example 2. And some of you are giving answer 1. What is your argument? I am actually baffled by it. I hope you understand this. I am actually baffled. I am actually surprised. Some of you are saying example 1. How? Please tell me the reason. Right? Please tell me the reason. Okay? Sir, example 2 is always better, my dear. Having a same rate of taxation is always better. So understand this. Now can I say GST will promote ease of doing business or not? Let me know. Right? And the example that I've given is example of GST itself. Earlier, the tax rates on the products which were sold used to be different in different states. Is it okay? Earlier, the tax rates which were imposed on the products were different in different states. Now, only one tax rate across India. It's not good. It's not easier for you. But what is the argument? How do you actually think? Please, please, reevaluate. Always reevaluate. Okay? So, example 2 is better. Let me give you one more example. I've already given it. Right? Have a look at this. Sir, option A has total 28%. How, my dear? How? How total 28%? I said tax rate in one state is 10%, tax rate is 13%, and tax rate in C is 5%. Which means your product in one state is charged very, very high. in another state charged very, very low. Is it easy to conduct business? No, it's not easy to conduct business. Can I give you one more example of ease of doing business? Imagine you want to set up a manufacturing facility, and I think I've given this example to you. And for this, imagine you want 15 licenses, 15 approvals, right? I'll ask you a question now. What is easier for you? Getting all the 15 approvals from only one authority or from different authorities? At least this should not be difficult, right? I hope you understand. Example 1, getting all the 15 approvals from only one authority. Example 2, you will go to one authority, apply for one license, go to another authority, apply for another license. Now imagine I was there in the example 2, government will shift to example 1. Is it okay? Right? I'm there in the example 2, I will shift to example 1. Can I say this will promote ease of doing business? This will promote ease of doing business. Right? So have a look at this. Sir, have we implemented it? Of course, yes. Later, when I discuss the concept of special economic zones, there is a concept called as single window clearance system. When I discuss NIMZ, National Investment Manufacturing Zones, there is this concept of single window clearance. That is, rather than running from one ministry to another ministry, only from one authority, you will get all the approvals. This is promotion of ease of doing business. So whenever any policy of the government, any measure or action of the government will make it easier to conduct business in a country, all of that is referred to as ease of doing business. In fact, Government of India has taken so many measures in the last 1.5 decades. It has become much more easier to conduct business in India. One of them is, provide this benefit of lower corporate tax rate. Okay, third one. The government is expecting, because of lower tax rate, government is expecting a lot of investment from the private sector. Lot of investment, right? Is it possible? Of course, yes, I've told you. You're in a country where the tax rate is, let's say, 30%, 32% or 28%. Now, Government of India says 22%. So we expect a lot of investment from the private sector. When you have a lot of investment from the private sector, can it kickstart a virtuous cycle? Think of it. When you receive a lot of this private sector investment, can it kickstart, can it promote the concept of a virtuous cycle in the economy? Right? So that is basically the benefits or the advantages with which Government of India also has reduced corporate tax rate to 22%. But having said so, there are issues or concerns related to this. There are certain issues or concerns. I'll take up issues or concerns tomorrow. Right? I'll start from this slide tomorrow. Right? We'll pick it up from here and we'll start discussing, a certain very, very important concepts. There is idea of a minimum alternate tax, general anti-avoidance rules, GST, goods and services tax, etc., etc., etc. Lot of important concepts we will be discussing tomorrow. So please join the class exactly at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Done? Now, let me take up questions. Sir, complete the issue. My dear, the issue is that if I take up issues, it will not be over in 2 minutes. 9:30, many of the people have to go to office or they are busy with UPSC preparation, etc., etc. That's the reason. Let's take a pause now. Okay, let's take a pause. We'll continue. We'll continue from the issues or concerns. Okay, what is a divisible pool? Divisible pool simply means, and I believe already polity lecture is over for you. The divisible pool is already discussed with you people. Divisible pool simply means whatever taxes are imposed and collected by the government, they are kept in a pool. Pool means collection. Simple. Right? It is kept in a collection fund. That is called as divisible pool. Okay. Explain cost push. Cost push simply means whenever supply side factors such as cost of raw material, let's say cost of technology, the taxes imposed by the government, or the cost of imports, etc., etc., whenever the prices of those go up, it will contribute to inflation. That is, market prices will increase. That is called as a cost push inflation. Okay. Third point, it has been a demand from the private sector. I told you the private sector has been demanding this because earlier the USA government, right, when Mr. Donald Trump was the president of USA, the USA government actually reduced the corporate taxes there from 35% to 21%. So there was a demand even in India, right? We want a lower in corporate tax rate. Sarman sir said divisible pool will be discussed in detail in economic lectures. Okay, I've told you know what is divisible pool. Is the logic okay? Right? Have I told you what is divisible pool? Sir, that faculty told this faculty told this. Have I not told you what is divisible pool? In fact, I started with 7th schedule. I told you that under the 7th schedule, Government of India has been given the right to impose and collect a pan-India taxation. But if the only Government of India is allowed to use these taxes, states will not have sufficient amount of money. So what we do is, the government will collect, and that fund is referred to as divisible pool of taxes. And from the divisible pool of taxes, now 15th Finance Commission, we are implementing 15th FC. And what is FC, right, how they work, etc., etc. later, not now, later. 15th Finance Commission has given a recommendation how much of this divisible pool should go to the states, how much should go to the center. That is the basic idea for divisible pool. Sir, you did not explain this. My dear, there are so many concepts in the newspaper. If I keep on discussing everything in the newspaper, the whole class will become newspaper. Okay? Okay, any other questions? Structural inflation. Structural inflation means because of lack of certain infrastructure, there is a problem with the supply in the market. Simple. Infrastructure again comes on the supply. There is certain lack of a supply side or certain problems on the supply side. For example, I said in the supply side, if you do not have sufficient storage capacity, then lot of the food grains or agriculture products will be wasted. Right? That will reduce the supply, which can contribute to the inflation in the market. Cost of transportation is very high. Cost of transportation is very high because most of the goods we transport using roads. So that is a precise reason cost of transportation is very high. That is contributing to higher market prices, which can contribute to inflation. Okay. Sir, if a company is starting production in financial year 23, then 15% tax applicable for how many years? That government will decide. Don't worry. Right? Most of the things you are worried about, the things that are not needed, government will tell you for 5 years, for 3 years, for 1 year, etc. like this. Right? Government will decide that, you don't worry about it. Okay. Can you tell me whether PPT is sufficient? Absolutely no. Absolutely no. Never ever have I told you that only PPT is sufficient. If I have told that, it is wrong. And I make sure that I will never say that. PPT, reference book, ARM is for references. After I'm done with this, lot of concepts will keep on appearing in the newspaper. You will have to read all of them. You'll have to read all of them. You can't escape. I'll give you a simple example. In the last 3 to 4 months, have you not come across the term short selling? Think of it. Have you not come across the term short selling? You can search, many books have not covered short selling. But do you think UPSC will not ask you a question on short selling? Of course, yes. They will ask you a question on short selling because it is very much relevant now. Right? So that's the reason I'll keep on telling you. Every class I've told to all of you, again I'll say this. Do not stick to only the concepts that you're going to study in the classroom. If you do that, your preparation is not complete. It's a wrong strategy. Because economics is not a static subject, it's a dynamic subject. Right? Somebody is saying, sir, what about SVB? Of course, yes. Right? SVB issue is very, very important. It is required. You should know what has actually happened in SVB. In the sense, don't by heart number. They sold $21 billion. Right? They had deposits, $198 billion. You will keep on by hearting that. UPSC will never ask you that. Right? Concepts are relevant, right? But the bank collapse may not be covered in any book. Does it mean UPC will not ask you? That is a very, very wrong approach. Okay, so we will stop the discussion today here. We have covered with the benefits of lower corporate taxes. We are supposed to discuss the issues or concern. We'll pick it up from tomorrow. We'll simply pick it up from tomorrow, the issues or concerns. Okay, so that's it from my side. Take care. See you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Right? Have a great day.